I was 5 years old when the going got tough. I remember it so vividly. Years went by, situated a toy where each parent grabbed onto one of the arms. Don't let it come to my family. It's not my makes me so damn proud of me, proud of me, proud. Years old when my daddy got old, that oh, but I'm not to my head, 'cause it's not my responsibility. But I'm now proud of me, and I'm still trying. We still got a long run happy, oh happy, 'cause it's not your responsibility to be. 'Cause I hope we'll be happy. Proud of me, proud, proud of me.
That you've made for us.
Emotional, so I'm glad I
The world, the first song.
I'm happy, and most of all, I'm happy that I get to have something about me, talking about it. So it's really nice. It's bad, but I'm just happy that.
Tell us, what are your plans for the next couple of days, weeks, months?
And, I'm going to play in Belgium and one concert in the Netherlands.
So you remember when we met actually, and actually in the problematic, we met each. We are working together to be proud about yourself, but also that you're also proud. So thank you, Emma Bale.
Welcome.
Okay, so I met Emma because the separation of her parents, but I think the story about that. So good morning, everyone. Now you know, because I also been a child. I'm here because I lived it. Not only said maybe it can be different. So I did a whole mediators to prevent or to try to. 2 years ago, I met Marie. So of the PASG, we were.
You said to me, we are the only two at immediately. But I couldn't on friends who went to the group in Brussels. So, and then, who came with us? The executive committee.
Yes, of course, there are.
The hurdles during 2 years, many hurdles to organize. We are ready for our future challenges with Yambik.
Around the world, we are so has our conference. We've left the initial 2020 in this beautiful Pacheco Center in the finest towers. So we have adapted to the importance to organize a hybrid conference of the importance of maintaining family connections to help change the future with us. And we're asking people as much as possible to focus on what can prevent these broken family ties from happening in the first place, and what can help maintain all those important family maintain all these important family connections that the past COVID title of the conference is Protecting Family Ties After Separation. So our program includes speakers along with panel and audience involvement. We will look at the scope of prevention. We're going to reimagine family separation back home. So we hope you will be inspired and motivated to contribute and participate at our conference. Me and Marie-France and all the members of the executive board are looking and welcoming you at this game-changing event. And we're very grateful for that. So we want to focus on protecting the family ties, the way we can reinvent family separation. We're creating a new vision with a top team of professionals from all around the world. Because all of this, and also because it is the right time, Family Ties 2021 will be a game-changing event. And I would like to address a special hello to Bill Burnett, the president, the word to my colleague, Marie-France. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. Monsieur le Ministre.
Mr. Minister, by attending this international conference this morning on the preventing of family ties, you can dramas. You asked us whether we had some ideas to make it possible for justice to be faster, more human, and more firm. Personally, I have a lot of ideas, and I will share those ideas with you with great pleasure. But there is nothing like a visit on the spot to realize what those hearings, to see how these people can experience those exhausting hearings, both from an emotional and a personal, physical point of view. Of course, you are most welcome to one of my huge family hearing in Dinan, and more particularly be accommodated as quickly as possible, and that the deadlines are abidden by. This is not possible when many parents think that only tribunals will sort out their problems. We need to refer them to other ways of conflict resolution so that judges can really focus on heavier and more conflict raising. We need committed judges, passionate about their work and showing a lot of empathy. In each case, the judge should be able to take time to discuss with parents, to listen to them, and to help them take the best possible decisions for their children. Last but not least, more firm, taking decisions that can be unpopular, sometimes a bit harsh, taking into account only the best interest of the child. I hope that we will have a deeper exchange on those topics when you come to see us in Dinan. So, Mr. Minister, I would like to ask you why you decided.
Well, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, dear Olivier, dear Marie-France, if I may call you so, as you are a judge in Dinan, this important subject. The matter of the relationship between a child and its family occupies a central place in our society. And in legal terms, the importance of this bond is enshrined in the Belgian Civil Code. Obviously, it is the parents who normally have parental authority. And since 1995, recently, this year, a new law voted in the Belgian parliament guarantees the right of children not to be separated from their brothers and sisters. When parents separate, the guiding principle in Belgium is that of equal custody of the child. Both parents enjoy the same rights after separation, non-equal accommodation. The judge will take into account the concrete circumstances of the case and the interest of the children and the parents. So in theory, everything seems to be settled. Yet, since the beginning of my mandate, almost a year ago, I have been contacted by numerous parents who testify of the broken relationship involved. And obviously, extends to a whole branch of the family being completely withdrawn from the child's life for a more or less long period of time. As a Minister of Justice, I'm confident that the decisions of judges are made in the best interest of all parties involved. It is, however, my job to make sure that judges are given the right legal framework and the necessary tools to make the best decisions. It is important that our primary objective in this is always the safety and the well-being of the children involved. That is why we must protect them from domestic violence, be it physical or psychological, or violent parent. And this must never be minimized or denied. Domestic violence requires appropriate measures which must be taken into account. However, when there is no violence or abuse at play, that same regard for the well-being of the child compels us to ensure that proceedings most definitely has an impact on the children involved. Sometimes parents see childcare as a power issue, with the conflict between parents being crystallized in the dispute over custody. Children can therefore become hostages in the tumultuous proceedings, and custody over them weaponized in the conflict. How should we therefore talk about the issue of parental alienation? The terminology can be confusing. In its final report on Belgium 2020, the group of experts on combating violence against women and domestic violence, the group recommends that the professionals concerned should be made aware of this. It seems to me that a clear distinction must be made between the phenomenon of parental alienation on the one hand and parental alienation syndrome on the other hand. The notion of parental alienation syndrome, is to say a psychological syndrome in a child, is rightly a controversial notion on which there is little research to date. Multifaceted issue. It is certainly possible that the child is being manipulated by one of the parents and exploited in a divorce. It also happens that one of the parents uses the child in the form of blackmail. In both situations, it is detrimental to the child and his or her family. That is why, in order to present the project that they had implemented in the court of the Belgian city of Dinant a few years ago. The aim of this project is to avoid a break in the parental relationship, or where it has already occurred, to allow contacts to be renewed. Each of them will naturally have the operator, and that should be the main focus of a change in mentality based on their approach. First of all, parents should be made aware, more aware, of the implications of legal proceedings and the importance of safeguarding the interest of the child after divorce or separation. In a lot of cases, parents need to be helped to go from being parents, starting legal proceedings regarding children's custody. These should allow parents to reflect on the challenges of the proceedings initiated and to move more easily towards an agreement or to consider alternative methods of dispute resolution, such as family mediation. It must serve its purpose. But in this phase, a change in mentality can also be achieved by taking a number of measures. First of all, procedures can be objectivized by using a simplified application form that discourages the type of accusations that usually inflate this type of dispute. Second, in recognizing the dangers of parental alienation and immediately put in place provisional measures to calm the conflict and guarantee the relationship between the child and its parents. They, the magistrates, have to empower the parties involved to make commitments to each other and respect them throughout the proceedings. The magistrates are supported by a team of interdisciplinary experts and extrajudicial actors who are crucial to gathering the necessary objective information to allow the judge to make an informed decision. Caregivers provide a safe space for the children in which they are supported, listened to, and can be promoted, but mediation should never be imposed. Special attention should be given to the equality and safety of both parties in order to be confident and secure enough to be able to defend themselves. Such a change in mentality, ladies and gentlemen, can only come in cooperation with you in court is obviously essential. Equally important is the creation of a network of auxiliary persons based on the problems that arise in a given case. And then, of course, there are the lawyers, whose role is also vital. This type of litigation is not won by waging war or by ensuring that their client wins on all points of their application. Gentlemen, let me conclude. This change in mentality should also be reflected in the law. That is why I, with my cabinet, with my experts, intend to carry out, in collaboration with the academic world, a reflection on the place that should be given to the child in the context of legal proceedings concerning him or her. This conference about the various aspects of protecting family ties after separation will certainly help guide us here. I therefore hand over to the excellent speakers and look forward, of course, to your exchanges of ideas in this complex, nuanced, but very important debate. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Nous sommes heureux de pouvoir continuer à travailler.
We're looking forward to continue working with you in view to implement all these changes in mentality which have already started and that will continue through this conference today, of course. Reply of the Minister without a microphone. Who is from Paris. Olga is the chairperson of ACALPA, Association contre l'aliénation parentale pour le maintien du lien familial in France. She worked on marine ecology at the beginning of France. After her divorce and after her own, on the basis of her own experience, she set up ACALPA, the NGO. And recently she published a fantastic book titled Séparation conflictuelle et aliénation parentale. I suppose that you will have the possibility to buy this book today or tomorrow. This conference is meant for professionals, but it is very important before changing our working methods to first listen to the voice of parents and families. So, Olga, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. It's quite difficult because you already replied to all our concerns. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to introduce this symposium of professionals in order to make the voice of families heard. I'm the founding president of ACALPA, which for 18 years has been bringing together mothers and fathers in equal... I was told I should click. Nothing happens when I click. Oh, okay. To speak today on behalf of all parents and all families at an international congress is always a bit tricky. First, because it is a great responsibility vis-à-vis of the parents who are not here today and we don't know. And it's also a difficult exercise from a technical point of view because this is an international congress, we are here in Europe, and families are culturally very diverse. It is also often said that children have changed, that and that it is nowadays the children who have to adapt to the new family patterns and to the wishes of their parents. Moreover, as I said, we are in Europe, so moreover there are significant differences between European countries, not only in wealth and standard of living, but also in terms of population size and above all, in terms of the budget allocated to the judicial system. I'm French, and France has one of the lowest numbers of magistrates per 100,000 inhabitants, and also has far fewer lawyers than other European countries. So I'm going to talk about a disastrous case at the European level with each other in their functioning. Sorry, but when I click, nothing happens. That's it. So in France, there are 3 jurisdictions that are concerned by parental separations. The family affairs judge, or the so-called divorce judge, who will rule on the exercise of parental authority. He will also deal with alimonies. The children's judge, who is seized by a parent or by the prosecutor after a report when a child is considered to be in danger. And the judge is the one who orders protective and educational measures. The judge also deals with delinquent children for no-show of the child or for child abduction.
Lequel? Ok. C'est parce qu'on est... Non, c'est pas sur le côté. Est-ce que je peux avoir de l'aide pour les slides?
Could someone help me for the slides, please?
Alors, maintenant, voyons voir.
Now, let's see what the parents say, i.e., at least Akalpa parents, because their narrative served as a basis for my presentation today. Every year, we receive about 700 letters from fathers and mothers in equal proportions, but also letters from grandparents and other family members, and sometimes from children who have become adults and have broken ties when they were young. 24% of the requests are not specific. It's just a call for help. And it's not about the child or the procedure. 54% of the letters, the majority of the letters, are people who are at the beginning of a separation procedure with an increasing fragile relationship. 16% of the letters are dealing with more advanced legal proceedings, and the children no longer want to see them. And lastly, 6%, and the children don't see their parents anymore. In the first type of letters, the parents typically ask for information, but without any specific request. Others ask information about the association. What exactly do you do? What can you do for me? These are usually people who have not looked at any website or consulted any documentation. Letters can also ask for advice in the area of prevention. I feel that my child is being manipulated and I don't want to lose the ties. I need advice for my procedure. These people have become informed and are aware of the risk of a loss of ties. Sometimes the first letter is more specific. I want a lawyer, I would like a psychologist for my child, or I would like a psychiatric expert. Others ask for nothing. They just write us their long story and they thank us for reading their letter. The problems of trains that come late or derail, because these are the ones that pose a problem. Trains that arrive on time are not talked about. So the first difficulties begins with the lawyer. So the lawyers are often blamed for not being competent on issues like loyalty disputes and parental alienation, not argue in law in legal grounds. They are blamed for not listening to the rejected parent, They are blamed for inadequate preparation of the parent for the hearing. Sometimes the lawyer will not even show up during the hearing, and the parents. So the family court judge, so the divorce judge, in France at least, only listen to the lawyers, but not to the parents. To such an extent that sometimes you have the impression that lawyers are going to engage into a conflict, that the two lawyers are divorcing and not the parents. The delay for the hearings are excessive and totally incompatible with the child's timeline. Then the judge blames the parents for multiplying the procedures and for harassing him or her. And sometimes during the hearing, the judge will tell, "Sir, Madam, at this stage, I would really invite family mediation." Well, of course, all parents have tried family mediation. But again, what comes out is that a few mediators are properly trained, that the judge orders family mediation but cannot impose it, that mediators have no power whatsoever, that the parent discover the impunity of the family delinquent. The one who refuses mediation is neither named nor shamed nor sanctioned. So that is the total impunity for the parent who doesn't go to the mediation meeting. In case of conflict, at best, mediation becomes a delaying tactic that lengthens the proceedings to the detriment of the rejected parent, and at worst, it becomes a space of aggression on the latter if the mediator is not able to manage the situation. As expected, and when the mediation has failed, in that case, the parent goes to the police station or to the gendarmerie in France to file a complaint for the no-show of a child. And then the parent won't understand that the police are not there to enforce the judge's decision on access and accommodation rights. At best, the parent complaints will be recorded and forwarded to the prosecutor's office. But usually, the statement will simply be subject of a police notification and will pile up on the shelves. In the worst case, the other parent, the parent who keeps the child, will have come by just before the other parent shows up at the police station, and that parent will say that he or she is the one who doesn't want to see the other parent, and that the parent that is currently watching over him has no responsibility, and it is then the rejected parent that will maybe find him or herself in police custody on allegations of violence and abuse. Sometimes a miracle happens. The law enforcement officer calls the child home to express concern about why the child is not being returned. I must specify that this is a typically French situation, because in Germany you have some people who are tasked with enforcement of the family judge decision. This is something that doesn't exist in France. So this violent and unjustified rejection of one parent by the other or by the child leads to the seizing of the children's judge. So it is then a dreaded referral. The two judges, the divorce judge and the children's judge, very rarely consult each other and may take opposite decisions. So very often the children's judge takes decisions that goes against that of the family judge. Since the decision of the children's judge takes precedence over that of the family court judge, this is the one that will take time, because the protective measures taken by the children's judge last for at least 1 year and can be renewed. Parents often complain of the lack of empathy of the children's judge. Because the judge's concern is the child, and the judge considers that both parents are suspicious and both are considered responsible or even suspect at the same level. So it's up to the parent to provide evidence of his or her parental skills. And when educational measures could not be enforced, the judge will never apologize for the failures of his services, the social services, when the children judge orders an educational measure or replacement. Those social workers generally have little knowledge, little training, and mostly very strong biases. They always stand up for the child, whose word is the only truth. They have a duty to protect the child from the parents, from both parents, both of whom are considered suspicious and incapable until the end of the proceedings. Those social workers almost never consult the father. That's not the end of the story, because on top of this judicial problems, parents also are faced with rumors and disbeliefs in their environments. So there are the typical is where it should be respected. Children should not be forced to see their family. With time, they will make up their minds and return to the parents they are rejecting today. We shouldn't get involved in couples' affairs. We don't know what happened. Why insist on asserting one's rights and inflict the litigation on the child? So this is particularly painful for the mothers because society at large is unfortunately used to see fathers deprived of their children. But when a mother is rejected by her child, the worst is then presumably considered, and the mother is found guilty. But in the end, do these family ties really matter? That is the question. Let's have a look at the kind of impact a broken relationship can have on the family. There are very few clinical studies. Parents report experiencing guilt for not anticipating the situation, a sense of failure in not being able to protect their child from marital conflict. They feel responsible for the rejection. They don't understand why a child they cared for all their life now rejects them. I forgot to tell you that the situations I'm referring to here are those of parents who were rejected not because of misabuse, but because the divorce proceedings are a real conflict area. There is also a deep distress in not understanding. So what we see is that rejected parents have psychosomatic diseases, serious diseases such as cancer, post-traumatic state with personality modification, phobic symptoms, fear of abandonment, especially women who are alone. You sometimes have a paranoid distrust that can become obsessive. People who will not open the door, not open the letters. Some risky behaviors, suicide attempts or suicidal accidents. We had many suicide attempts amongst our members. And above all, a chronic anxiety behind a big smile and a depressive state that is often hidden. The impact of the broken links on children is quite dramatic. Amongst immediate consequences, let's mention a sense of almightiness, rejection of the law, a hatred and contempt for others, aggressive children, but it's a feeling of worthlessness that explains that aggressiveness, a withdrawal and a loss of self-confidence a loss of trust in adults, and of course, a paranoid, biased perception of reality. This is a picture of a child in a meeting point. He kept silent for 2 hours, and of course, social workers were unable to do anything, of course, not even to resume a dialogue between the rejected father and this child. Not a single word was uttered. There's also a huge impact in the medium term. These means that many teenagers are affected by psychosomatic disorders, anorexia, bulimia, eczema, pain, insomnia, addictive behaviors. You will tell me you don't need to have separated parents to become addictive, but the frequency is higher, and this is what is reported by young adults who suffered from this broken link. There's also school dropping out. And the problem is that the judge will tell you, but everything is okay, your child is perfect. But the child is maybe too perfect to be good. So risk-taking, we have the 11600, which is a European-wide green number, toll-free number. Early sexuality that is typically encouraged by the delinquent parent, the parent which doesn't apply the judge's decision. So in family justice, unfortunately, people who don't abide by the court's decision are not sanctioned because there is no tool to do so. Delinquent children, well, are typically very cruel children. We have 3 families where children also committed suicide. In the long run, young adults or old adults, people who are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, sometimes tell us that they haven't seen their father since they were 15, 16, and today their father passed away. So he lived his life. He didn't without me. He didn't need me, and I don't even know whether I missed him. Chronic depression, breakdown. Well, you didn't miss your father, but if you look deeper, you realize that this person had problems in his couple, that he didn't have children, or he had children, but those children don't want to have children in turn, that they had problems with their parents, risky behaviors, psychological disorders, antisocial behaviors, distrust towards the other people, increased risk of suicide. So let's see whether now there are some trains that arrive with some delay, or which manage to catch a part of their delays, and see what actually delivers to maintain the ties in spite of the difficulties. Parents who have managed to stay connected with their children, first and foremost, search for information. They've found support from their family, friends, or work. They have found a competent lawyer. That's absolutely key. They managed to maintain the ties with the child thanks to the lawyer who took fast-track proceedings, who also there was a judge who invested himself in their case, reminded both parents of the law, and was adamant about the child's rights to remain in touch with both parents. So these parents were lucky because they had well-trained social workers, non-ideological one. They have always kept in touch with their children, even if the children didn't reply. They left some gifts, even if the gifts were never opened. And these parents had sufficient financial means to pursue their judicial proceedings. Then there is the third category, the derailing trains. What do you do with a derailing train? Can you put it back on track? Is it possible to refurbish it or not? The question is quite simple. Can the tie be found after 10, 20, 30 years of absence? Well, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Each situation is unique. All the parents who came to see us told us that finding or renewing the tie is something that happens outside the judicial proceedings. So restoring the ties is something that is outside the judiciary. The parents has been well supported because over time the parent had to maintain the ties at all costs, but the ties remain fragile. When the child comes back, this is not a Hollywood movie. Oh, Dad, oh, Mom, how much I missed you. We are going to spend the rest of our life together. That's a fairy tale. It doesn't exist, or hardly exist. So the tie is fragile, unstable, so you need to basis, because that's life. So parents have to learn how to live without their children. Let's try to sum it up. You are professionals. So in conclusion, to summarize, I've tried to categorize the various parental separations. In the first column, follow the curve that is going down, showing the number of families. In the first column, we have those that you never see. Parents who cope on their own, who don't need the help of any professional, who don't need the judiciary to find an agreement on how to apply the parental custody. These are the trains that arrive on time, and hopefully this is the vast majority of the cases. In the second column, we have trains that are slightly late and manage to catch up the delay. Parents who, or somebody in among their relatives who will help them find some kind of an agreement to remain the parents of their children. So with some time, those parents manage to catch up part of the delay, but still will arrive late. These are cases where there is a conflict, where a tougher response is needed, where a children's judge or a family affairs judge has to tell the parents, either you find a solution or I will send the child to a shelter. Look at the brown columns, so the first, second, third one. In those cases, all is well or all ends well. The judiciary manages to find a solution in the best interest of the child, of course. But then you have derailing trains, and that's column number 4. These are situations of parental alienation where one of the parents will not abide by the court's decision, and no one, nor even jail, will change his or her mind. He or she does what he or she wants, what he or she decided to do. He or she has decided to wipe out the child from the other parent's life. So there is a strong link between there is a strong dispute between the parent and the other parents and the other parents' family. We have some grandparents for whom this is a very difficult experience. It's a dual suffering. They suffer for their child, who they want to see their grandchildren at all costs. They are the ones who are going to pay for the judicial proceeding. They are going to pay for the mediation, and they will have to endure the sufferings of the visits of social workers to demonstrate that these ties were kept at all times with the child. You also need to be in good health. You need to have sufficient financial means to complete the judiciary proceedings. And I would like you to never forget this column. This is where, well, I'm sorry, I'm pretty emotional, but I had a father in jail who killed his child in order to punish the mother. These are situations where one parent not only rejects the court's decision, but kill his or her children to punish the spouse, to impose his or her own sufferings to the other parent. Or one parent will tell the other, if you leave me, you will never see your children again. So we've talked about parents, we've talked about emotions. We can also speak about society, because those situations have an impact on society at large, because hate destroys families, destroys individuals, but also has a destructive impact on the society, and it's quite contagious, unfortunately. So I hope that during the post-COVID era, this contagious aspect is something you will keep in mind, because the rejected parent will maintain the ties with his or her child. So here is the list of all the stakeholders. Some parent can send letters to their MP or even to the President of the Republic. So all the layers of society are contaminated by the conflict. But it is not a symmetric conflict. You will very seldomly find cases where both parents are at the same level of conflict. This can happen, of course, but in the cases that we are faced with in my organization, one parent gets rid of the other, rejects the other, and the rejected parent will turn to the rest of the world to try and restore the links with her or her child. So your child is abducted. What do? You have less remedies than in the case of a robbery. To conclude, the bring up of the ties is a huge suffering. The breakup of family is an immense suffering that has a huge cost for individuals, for families, and for the society as a whole. Cases where the judicial response is ineffective. So prevention is all the more necessary. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, c'était vraiment percutant et
Thank you very much for a very, very impactful presentation. I don't know if we have...
Ursula is coming from Freiburg, south of Germany. But she knows Belgium, and we met in 2012 when she came in Belgium, in Dinan, to give some formation. And Ursula is a psychologist, an international mediator, coach, and she has a lot of qualities. She's a court-appointed evaluation of high conflict. Oh, I have my prevention. Ah, your glasses too. So we are waiting for her, and she was in 1999, she made the first empirical study of psychological situation of father without custody. No, she, during 20 years, she just traveled all around the Europe, at least, but even in United States, to preach the good word. And thanks to her, because one day I listened to her in a conference in Namur. So I give you.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm happy to be here. I'm surprised how things are organized, how well they are organized, respecting the given conditions. I'm not very good with technical things. And my computer, why do I speak English anyway? My computer stopped working exactly when I wanted to do this must make sense in a way that it doesn't work. Because thank you very much, Olga. We heard about how the administration, the jurisdiction tries to, but does not really work in the best interest of parents. Up to today, I just very often can't believe what's happening. I just can't believe. That's why today I want to talk, I want to get back to the parents themselves. And now, if it's okay, I'll change to German. This paper. Es geht Eltern.
It is about the parental vows. So the title originally was Commitment. And I gave it some thought. What is the situation parents find themselves in? Never in their lives have parents more. They are now parents. They have a child. It's a unique, miraculous happening. One child. And when you observe it, parents understand this. This is basically the biggest gift, the most precious gift a man possible. And when you receive a gift, you should feel gratitude. When working with parents, I understood this. If that is a viewpoint they can generate, then something happens, then something changes. Neurologists already tell us the feeling of gratitude and of joy also has an impact. I never managed to find a good German equivalent. It's a promise you make when the child is born or even during the pregnancy before the birth. It's a promise parents give to each other and give to their child. It's about the commitment they embark upon. It's about really serve and satisfy the needs of my child. And that's something that seems outdated. Lifelong commitment. Here we have seen changes with regard to commitment. The links between the couple have grown more fragile, can break, but the commitment parent-child is like felt self-commitment. I commit myself to something for the rest of my life. It will change myself, it will change my life. Now imagine, we have this newborn child and everyone's happy and welcomes this child. This is what we desire for each child after all. So, dear listeners, all across of Europe, we need a climate change inside ourselves, inside the human being. People are very well aware of outside tragedies and that social consensus. We need an understanding on parenting being a parent. One takes that as self-evident, as something obvious. No, you have to give it some thought. What is the performance parents have to deliver? And we have to rethink, what value do we give to being a mother and to being a father? Definitely. We are aware of this. What's your job? I'm just a mother. I'm just a housewife. So we have seen significant change there. And this is still ongoing. We have a discussion that is away from reality. We combine this. But it rather puts up a smoke screen. Parents don't have a choice. They cannot choose to be at home for 3 or 5 years or even longer. If only one parent has paid employment and has to pay these incredible business will tell you. All is dovetailing. The advertising, the politicians, the economy work together. They dovetail, but not necessarily in the interest of the family. Parents have to be flexible. What does it mean in concrete terms? To start a new job. And if you want a place in a crèche, if you want this as a legal right from the moment the child is born, then there is a lot of impact coming along with this. The employers, for example, they demand that kids are placed in crèches earlier and earlier. I think we often will see back the 6-week model we had in the past. And parents, they are so proud, they're so happy when they have their child, but they don't know a lot of what is awaiting commitment. It is one thing that is important. Mothers and fathers are and remain parents of equal value, equal importance, equal responsibility vis-à-vis their children. When you work with children, when you talk to children, you will realize a factor that generates satisfaction in life. Successful parenting gives confidence, gives strength. Not just for the parents, but definitely for the target group, the children. And Jean-Paul, famous poet, wrote, "A childhood full of love." Now, what about the concept of this meeting? We met and we wanted to bring together people. We see you here. People who give input and have knowledge from various sectors and who we didn't want to give you a meeting where you have update number 679 of the research efforts, something that has been repeated for the last 3 decades anyway, and which has not really changed things. Our decision was, let's look at what we do know, what do we understand to be necessary change. The basic needs of children from the moment of birth have remained unchanged. They are universal. They are the same for all children. Modern children as well have these same needs. We are convinced of one thing. Family life, or life in a group, for the life within a state is something we understand. Human communities and human structures are very diverse. We know that when we look beyond our own territory. There are geographic, ecologic, climatic conditions that have shaped us, the religion and the wealth each culture has. I think that should not disappear. That should remain, because the basic needs of the children don't go away and don't change. They still need the relationship to the mother and to the father. And the parents still need the relationship with their child or children. Being a mother, being a father are part of your identity now. If you interrupt this, it really is a break in your life story, in your CV, so to say, with significant impact. You heard about this. In a chain of generations, children are the most recent element. That's often not seen. But they are the ones who also carry the inheritance, the legacy of the generations having come before them. And they also carry on, without knowing it, the patterns that are the legacy as well. And this relationship, these family ties, the family context has traditionally given the best environment for children to have resources, to have incentives for its own development, and to also enjoy support later in life when the situations are tough. And it offers a lot of experience, real life experience, how to deal with different characters, different personalities. I'm so sad when I hear grandma is a little bit gaga, grandpa is a miser. That is something that also is part of learning, like the learning in school. It's not just about giving the children knowledge. Most of that knowledge the children forget very quickly. But a lot else they learn in the school. How to handle diverse teacher personalities. That's an important, very precious learning experience, and it's needed for later in life. And now separation. You're separated from children, you're separated from those who love you, you're separated from your normal parents. Now you talk about parents who are good enough. That's the greatest kudo you can give to a parent. Everything else would touch on perfectionism. But separation from parents, separation from the grandparents who have been involved, actually violate human rights of the children. These are significant hurts of an individual, and these are violations of human rights. We have good international texts where the experts always refer us to. Well, never should parents become opponents or enemies. Never should parents allow others to make them enemies. Never should parents allow external influences to make them enemies. One thing is clear, children need to be protected against any form of violence. Understood. And it was children who taught me how to handle that. If you talk to children who have been physically abused, when you ask them what happened, then these children often will give you one answer. Daddy hurts mommy. So domestic violence, it needs intervention. Daddy hurts mommy. When I hear that, I'm afraid. Or mommy hurts Anna, little sister. Then the child wants to protect the little sister. That also is frightening. He should stop with this. Or mommy hits us. She should stop with that. Or you hear, they should tell us that they are sorry and that they would never do it again. That has to be the leitmotif of our intervention to get there. It is not sufficient to do the following, to give well-intended recommendations. It is not sufficient if a violent parent says, yes, I join anti-aggression training. I found out the following. Some go 2 times and then they already get the certificate that they attended the whole. Not good, not sufficient. Violent people have a long history with the violence. Men, women, children, they all need to be protected against violence. By the way, violence is 50-50 in their distribution. 50% of violent acts come from men against their wife or the female partner. fatal violence hitting children, by the way, when the child dies, are usually coming from the mother, often after birth. So well-intended recommendations are not sufficient. That is not what is sufficient to save family ties. No, you need to go further. You need to formulate clear expectations to the parents, to the fathers, to the mothers. It needs to be clearly understood that court decisions need to be implemented speedily. This requires cooperation of all, of psychosocial and judicial professions and experts. One person alone cannot do this. This is not enough to get to the objective because we are here looking at a wide field of conflict, and my experience tells me we need a judge who is the expert supporting us. We also need interpreters between the legal gobbledygook and the gobbledygook of the social workers. That needs to be translated. And you have the legal procedure, you have the court proceeding, but you have also a procedure as understood by psychologists. That is something that happens internally and is lifelong. Now let's look ahead to the future. Let's face a question. Will it have been a good decision how we have been leading our lives? Will it be a good decision what we showed our kids how to live? The worlds, the needs between adults and children are very different in many ways. We understand there is a need for the children to be close, physically close, emotionally close, to know that they're protected against dangers. It's about the feeling of security, to feel that you belong, that this is a secure feeling, a secure emotion, so necessary to discover the world, to explore the world and your environment. There are two systems of motivation: the need to feel secure and the need to develop, to explore, to see the world. By the way, only one need can be activated, not both at the same time. Please observe the kids on playgrounds. You have this famous look back to reinsure yourself. When a kid of 2 or 3 years for the first time dares to go up a ladder in order to go down the slide. First of all, they look Papa or Mama on the bench. The first rung, fine. Then the child is not yet quite certain, looks again to the parent, establishes eye contact to the mother, for example. And mom says, careful, this could be dangerous. Kid goes back. Kid looks to the father. And you can reverse the roles, by the way. Daddy says, yellow, go for it, you're it, you can do it. So we see here a diversity of roles, and it's okay to have diverse roles. Mothers for very small children are more those who keep them safe. Fathers more the encouraging function. Kids need both. It's not about this is bad or this is unimportant. Not at all. Both are important. The needs of the child. What can I add here? For experts, for parents, for the specialists, it's difficult to consider the following. When you think of educating and socializing children, children have an inborn development program. And they also have their own understanding and feeling for time. That's often not understood. And children have their own rhythm. They operate more slowly. And I leave this as food for thought to you to ponder, how does that tie in with our timing? For several decades now, we have been observing that the speed has been gaining speed. There is an increasing pressure to perform, to be quicker, to be faster. Educational-wise, the pressure used to be limited to grammar schools and secondary schooling. You see it now in the primary school. You see it in kindergarten already. And this pressure creates fears. And maybe I'm not here very scientific when I say, but I would say we live in the century of fears. The fear to not perform, to fail, and especially the fear to be marginalized, to be excluded, to be no longer part of the group. That's usually the most significant fear most people express when I talk to people. It's now a standard question I operate with, by the way. It's a question I always ask about the fears. The fear not to be part of the group. How can you handle these? Well, some try consumption. I remember my childhood, the radio program then. Suddenly there was a soap that made people happy. As a child, I was very enthusiastic about hearing this, that there was a soap that made you happy. So it created a mentality of the consumer, covering every aspect of our life. Even our relationships are something we consume, and you exchange the old model for a new one if the relationship no longer seems to function. Maybe also some food for thought, and I usually offer that when I work with parents. Often I hear, if I had not contacted that lawyer so-and-so, we still would be together. Had I only had a different advisor, we still would be together. I often hear that regret. As a child, I was very attentive. I liked to observe others. And when I was 5 years young, I told my parents already the following: the world can be good only if the big guys deal differently with the small guys. The world can be nicer only if the parents are nicer in their dealings with children. My parents were amused and told others, gave that quote, so I was and am aware it was not taken seriously what I had said. Now let's look at what we know today. The experiences during the first years in life have a decisive impact on who you are, how confident you are in life, in the environment, in other people, in adults, and how confident you are with regard to yourself. The first years also determine the neurological development of your brain. The synapses, the connections are formed. And that means it has an impact on your capabilities, how to learn, how to be creative. It has an impact on all your abilities and capabilities. The first 3 to 6 years in your life determine how it works out. After that, you can no longer educate your children because they just imitate the adults. If parents see their children as their mirror, then a lot of educational problems would be less stringent. The first experience with regard to commitment and ties, if they're secure, if they're characterized by love above all, if they are characterized by attention and care, if they happen in an environment that's as much as possible free of stress. The speaker's microphone has been deactivated. At this moment, the speaker can no longer be heard in the interpretation booths. Microphone is back on. Thank you, Olivier. Okay, where was I? Protecting the children. You need to protect the children. This needs an environment that is as much as possible free of stress and conflict. Because here you determine what will be the mental, the psychological, the physical, emotional development of children. And that has a determining impact on all future life, on the quality of the future life of this child. So, from birth, children need safe relations, both the nourishing mother as well as the supporting, encouraging father. I dare say it, and I think I have the age to dare do this. I speak of a female world and of a male world. And that meets in the children and enriches the children immensely. Here, I admit that I am a bit old-fashioned, so I leave it at that. Second and third year, their children can add 2 or 3 additional people and relationships. That can be an educator, that can be a playmate. If you start too early with strangers taking care of the child, you cannot really present it by talking about quality time instead. So 5 hours with your baby or half an hour of intensive staring at your baby, is that quality time if you do the latter? I think children would differ. I certainly do differ. And often I was a bit amused when I had to observe what happens. This so-called quality time can lead to interesting, funny symptoms. One of my children, a classmate said at 5 p.m., "Oh, I have to rush home. Now I have quality time with my mother." It's 1 hour where I have to take care of mom. That's one way to interpret quality time. Okay, I have to be aware of the time. Parents and children, what do they need? They need uninterrupted, undisturbed time together. And that is a task for our society. Parents and children need time together. The couples, the lovers, the future parents need time for each other. And after that, they need time in order to grow into the role and the task of parenting. Right now, we have a work and life rhythm in our Western world that hardly allows for doing that. We have an environment that is not geared towards children. It's an environment that's geared towards profit. I invite all of you, I appeal to all of you to give it serious thought, to have a serious look. To what extent are you willing to fall in with that scheme? Children need time, and they need a lot of time with relaxed parents. What do you observe? 6 o'clock, alarm clock rings. That's the moment when the normal family stress kicks in. Come on, get into your clothes. Quick, quick, quick. No, don't lace your shoes. You're too little for that. I do it for you. And one thing after the other. So right now we raise a generation, young people, teenagers, who, in my understanding, have never been as non-independent as nowadays. They're actually very dependent. I remember what a father thought when I came with the idea. He had a 12-year-old son. So when it was about handing him from mother to father and back from father to mother, so a moment of tension, that I suggested to the father, put the child on the train 8 minutes advance, and then the other parent comes to fetch the child, so that you create a moment where the tension is not there. I dared suggest it to the father, and the father nearly sued me because I dare to suggest endangering the child for 8 minutes when it's left in the train, though both parents were nearby. So that is unfortunately reality. Everything is taken off the shoulders of the children. They are left with little responsibility. So we see here a little bit what the French call l'enfant roi. The kid is king. And also in hearings that becomes evident, as we heard. Kid says, I never want to see my father again. Or the child says, I don't want to see my mother, that slut, again. So these are children that come across as pseudo-adults. And you have to understand that it's a pseudo-adulthood. You have to look beyond. Even when they are adults, these children have a deep-seated urge to see the other parent. And they cannot express that because they're not allowed to express it. It's a yearning that is often ignored for that reason. But it's a yearning we also could have. So we rather not touch on it. Might be too dangerous. Okay, I think I cannot go more in depth here. I got a signal as to the time. Prophylactic measures, preventive measures, a few words on that. Already in existence. First of all have to go to school in Europe, in the world. All go to school and learn their things that by and large they forget again. Now what is of interest to people? There are books, there's the internet to learn about those things you're interested in. So what is my appeal to the schools? Please do the following. Give knowledge and give information on the things that are really important in human life. Things where the children understand, yes, that is for me. This concerns me. I know this, and I know that will come in life. How to shape relationships, how to create relations, how to maintain relations, even when there is tension, even when there is a crisis, even when there is an upheaval in your life situation. Information on the different forms of family, on the dynamics of separations, on the fact that family members die. Children also need information on their rights, and that includes information on human rights. What the use of having the rights of the children if the children are not aware of these rights? If they are left in the dark? Children are entitled to have knowledge about cultural differences. They know from their own experience there is anger, that there is hurt, etc. So they need information and explanations how that is generated and how you can handle it. They need to hear about strategies, how to manage conflicts, how to overcome them. That would be the best prevention against harassment. That would be a very viable protection against violence in the schoolyard and against any form of discrimination. And knowledge on the fact that difficult family situations happen, are normal, that they happen. To hear that helps the children to develop understanding if something like that happens in their own family context, because they are aware, they know the following. I'm not the only one who experiences this. So it helps the children to put that in a framework. This is a task I see as a task for the school, in as much as I see the things in Europe no school is delivering. Though there are fantastic models that already do this. These are not the state-run, the public schools. These are rather schools of a different type, that try to be closer to nature, where they offer lessons in gardening. In the past, kids used to have cooking lessons. Well, how much of interest that would be if you look at the fast food, where so many people no longer know how to go about cooking a meal. It's an art form. And it's so enriching to be able to do this. It enriches your own personality. A 7-year-old child ought to be in the position to prepare a little thing to give to eat to a friend, a 7-year-old one. Now a few conclusions that refer to things already in existence. Yeah, we talked about information. Parents as well need timely information on pregnancy, on becoming a parent. When you leave the house as a couple, as a twosome, and you come back a threesome, there's a third person, and that person is to stay. Parents need understanding or knowledge how important ties are for children. Clinics give you a lot of lessons on the technical side of how to breastfeed and how to put on a diaper. But they should consider giving further information, namely information on the needs of newborn children, the needs of toddlers. Parents are very open to information. They are never as open as during pregnancy, especially during the first pregnancy. They are sponges that take up every information given to them. Let's use that. Clinics should use that, and midwives should use that, should be the vectors of such knowledge. And also in the case of separation, that the child continues with their needs and entitlements. And unfortunately, the medical professions try their best to marginalize midwives. It has become very expensive for midwives, at least in my country, to pay for the insurance, which is a pity, because the midwife is usually the expert who has most time to talk to the parents or the future parents. The medical doctors don't have that time. Then England, or in Great Britain, there was a great system. Pregnant women, after registering with the National Health Service or with their doctor, received an invitation for a meeting in their neighborhood. All pregnant women could meet there, from a district, from a neighborhood. Could meet and talk. Could talk about their hopes, about their fears, exchange addresses. So it was in proximity. They did it also on a rotational basis, different locations. In the family homes, it seems, and this created ties between families that survived for years until the kids were in school. You could organize parties together. You could do the carpooling to get your children to school. So it created a networking, ever so helpful. But unfortunately, more and more this falls victim to data protection and to mobility as well. But it is a good option to strive for that networking. Then there's the seminar. Prepare, enrich. Very short seminar. I offered that to young people who are in a partnership, who want to enhance this partnership, or who got married and want a child. Prepare, enrich is a psychological approach with questionnaires. It covers basically all areas of life. Question, how many children do you want? How important is religious faith? What's your view on diseases, on illnesses? Questions that cover nearly all of it. The couples take the questionnaire back home, fill it in. A computer reads that, processes it, and at the end is a talk with a psychologist. I admit I did that only for 1 year, so it was a short exposure, and my experience tells me after this questionnaire test and talk, 1/4 of the couples has a separation, but in friendship. They have a separation because both understood, no, this will not work out. He doesn't want any children, or no, she doesn't want to be in paid employment all her life. So it's understood no one needs to be angry. They looked at it, they looked at things that would be important later in their lives, and it doesn't fit. Mr. Van Hillen comes along now very threatening. I understand your signal. Just allow me to check if I missed out on something really important. There are projects out there. Look around. Great projects out there. Or what else is on offer? Covenant marriage. When people are in the first stage of their relationship, this is a US-American project, by the way, you are put together with a mentor who accompanies you during the moments in life when change is imminent, when you expect a child, when the children grow up, when it's also about understanding that you as parent have to take leave, so to say. And so throughout a life, nearly you have the same mentor to talk to. And before you separate, you enter into the commitment that you work together with that mentor for an entire year with the following objective. Either we work towards a friendly separation, or we work towards rekindling our relationship and try to tackle the conflict issues. So that was covenant marriage that offers that. Prepare and Enrich I already mentioned. I don't know if they still do that in Great Britain. I would have to ask the question.
Could you come to your conclusions, please?
La conclusion. Es gibt das
There's a so-called law of resonance. I don't know if you're aware of that law. It's nothing new, but it's now better known. According to that law, the following applies. You yourself, when facing a problematic situation, can still initiate a positive development by tucking into your energy. If your parents in conflict, you can honestly say, we don't understand each other very well right now. It has nothing to do with the fact that we would not love our children, not at all. I'm convinced he does everything that's good for the children. I try to do everything that's good for our children. Let's honor both their contributions. If this understanding, this cognitive attitude leads to positive energy, then this is positive energy that reaches the children. The children are all right. And if both parents have this positive energy flow, then it meets together to a gigantic positive energy available to the child and the whole environment. Energy will reach its target. Energy cannot be stopped. The same applies to hormones. You cannot stop the flow of hormones. Within microseconds, they flow through your body. Depending on what you think, depending on what you feel, your thoughts and your emotions guide your neurology. That's put it in a nutshell. Either you have growth hormones that flow around, that help with the growth of your brain, etc., or you generate stress hormones. they block growth, they block development, they block the immune systems. Very interesting field to look at that. Thank you very much, Ursula, for the energy you have been displaying.
I also want to thank her because she's part of the executive team that made all this event possible. Every time she was there, we could count on her for almost 2 years. So I want to thank Ursula especially for this. Thank you very much for your contribution.
I want to thank you. I want to invite all of you to activate your positive energies. Thank you.
Okay, so as one of my favorite books is in Dutch is Zoals verwacht loopt alles anders.
As expected, everything goes differently.
It's going everything.
Now, you usually see shelves with books of a life.
So, one of the. So as expected, everything goes different. So we had some issues this morning. So for the people online, there were some issues. We hope that we can restore that, and afterwards it will be published online. But also some videos will be published online to have the delayed. Okay, so the next speaker will speak about 17 minutes. It's very interesting. It's Nick Child. I met Nick Child also in Philadelphia. We discussed a lot on the plane. We flew together over to Europe. And he's a child psychologist from Scotland, and he has really interesting thoughts about making history now. Thank you.
Well, hello from Scotland. Now, you usually see shelves with books of a lifetime on them. Books shape us, but today I've selected just one page that changed my life. 50 years ago, I was a baby psychiatrist. I thought people's problems were individual and caused by their past, by biology or life. I thought you couldn't solve problems without pinning the past down. That changed forever with this book, and it's called Change. And that picture on the wall from the book, for 50 years, it served me well. The caption says, "Two sailors frantically steadying a steady boat." It's an example of a problem pattern called more of the same. In this case, the sailors' solutions are the problem. They need to stop and do something different, but they just cannot see or do that. Each blames the other and keeps on doing more of the same. I have to keep bending over backwards or we'll all go under. So does this remind you of human problems we know? Wars, polarized politics, or social media? It reminds us of troubled, separated families, adversarial courts, polarized helpers, activists and campaigns. The boat is the child in the middle. Now, everyone may actually want the same thing, a steady boat, a happy child. But it feels like a matter of life and death, so it goes on and on. It's rare for problems to be caused purely by poor solutions like this one is. But the sailors teach us that we must root out bad solutions, that people and their solutions can be the problem, and that working together to create future solutions, good causes to follow, is as important as understanding a problem's past causes. Stopping problems happening at all in the future is prevention, and prevention is best. But it means we need to stop doing more of the same now, which is easy to say, and it's not easy to do. Clever human beings can be stupid about doing something different. Take me as an example. I have some secrets to confess. Lucky people like me bring our best abilities to train in the helping professions. Already top of the class at school, and whether for love or just money and fame, years of essential training and status go to our heads. Rewarded by career and institution, tunnel vision grows into conceit. Confession number one is a trade secret. A profession ties us loyally into a reactive box for life. The job is to sort out designated problems really well, but not so well as to lose clients. Promote the profession and it rewards us. Get too clever, prevent problems happening, for example, and you won't be popular. Naturally, problem sufferers, our clients, are also reactive and problem-focused. More of the same is a very common pattern. John solves his stress by drink, Jane by postponing things, but alcohol and manana makes things worse. Within our professional contract, we know our competence, but we tend to think we know about everything else too. And this overconfidence effect means mistakes happen. Our good intentions blind us. By doing more of the same instead of something different, we grow problems, not solve them. In my long career from medical school to the multidisciplines of child and family psychiatry and therapy, I became a genuine expert in many things. And I was not a yes man. All the time I questioned, published, and campaigned about things I thought were missing. Academics grow up thinking that a published article is how to change the world. Confession number two, I published many world-shattering innovations that sank without trace. Confession number three, only recently in 2020 did I fully realize what effective world-changing campaigning really takes. Even when you're fully qualified, there's loads of new things to keep learning. Back then, we learned new diagnoses about newly uncovered abuses, incredible domestic child and sex abuse. We felt we could leave the risky bits, in those cases, to social service. We trusted they knew what they were doing. And we saw troubled children of separated families, of course. And we felt we could leave those cases to family law and courts. We trusted they knew what they were doing. Confession number four. With heavy workloads and thinking we knew best, we didn't take our duty of care seriously enough. It suited us to not know too much of what was going on in other sectors. Confession number five, leaving family law alone meant we never saw the harm, never saw it was the wrong system for helping children of separated families. We never criticized its inherently child-ignorant, belated, slow, inefficient, inaccessible, uncompassionate, scary, paralyzing, gaming, weaponizing, adversarial, polarizing, anti-teaming up, evidence and outcome blind, unfair, costly, inconsequential, immutable ways. We thought the law of the land was above criticism, that they'd have the features of a community service and a qualified helping profession like ours did. Much later, I learned they do not. Many legals, of course, try really hard, but the system they work in is wrong. Once, a senior judge interrupted me. "Help, Dr. Child, help. The legal system applies the law justly. It's not there to help anyone." And that's the truth. A legal training, profession, and system certainly do not make for a helping profession. As emancipation exploded in those years, we were bowled over by new ideology and evidence about gender, abuse, and coercive control. I wrote about it. In general, I'm sure we were doing great work, but, confession number 6, looking after abused women and children better, we forgot about men. about the importance of fathers to their children and about wider family too. We all became too enthusiastic about the new gender-based ideology. Confession number 7. And we were all utterly scornful of a new ridiculous American label, parental alienation syndrome. Okay, I've got one more confession to come, but meanwhile, let's go back to the future. The sailors show us that the wrong solution can be the problem, that we can make the future change by changing our solutions now, and that we can solve problems before they happen, that planning for the future is to make history now. So, relax, sit comfortably, close your eyes if you will. Come with me on a journey, a miracle of time travel. Imagine when you go to sleep tonight that when you wake up tomorrow, you find yourself 50 years into the future in the world of 2071, and you find that the problems that face us now, separating families and their helpers, these problems are all gone. They're solved. Of course they're gone. It's 50 years from now. We can hardly bear one more year of this. Keep your eyes closed. What does 2071 look like? What would a video on your iPhone 50 beam back to 2021 and show us of your first day in the future? How do you know it's all changed for separating families? Online, it's hard to share what everyone's found. So eyes still closed, I'll share what 2071 looks like to me. And I think we all want this kind of future. On my iPhone 50, I've got video of what people said. First thing they tell us is that severe troubles after family separation just do not happen in 2071. And family law? I don't know what you're talking about, they say. Describe 2021 and they roar with laughter. Who the hell thought that one up, they ask. Adversarial family law is a solution for adversarial family troubles with kids in the middle. That's the worst imaginable solution there is. So we want to know what happens in 2071. Well, as for any human trouble, they say, everyone learns at home and school how to bring up kids and cope with family conflict and separating. Everyone knows to keep children's family ties safe above all. Of course, families can have difficulties and there's effective early help for them. Some who know the history explain the details. We don't use simplistic labels. We avoid fights so we don't need weapons. When assessment and help is needed, it's compassionate and customized for each family with complex approaches based in relationship science for a complex situation. Protecting children's family ties is universal, they tell us. Just like everyone wants children to be educated, clean their teeth, and be safe on the roads. Everyone makes sure it happens, everyone. Change began back in the 2020s, they tell us. People at last thought of prevention. Apparently 2 sailors helped out. People realized that the wrong systems had to be replaced by education, by early support and accessible services. How did people not see that earlier? Okay, everyone. I think we've heard enough. We're ready for the time machine to bring us back to 2021. As you arrive back, gently open your eyes. Don't be sad, look around. We all know the work we need to do now. So, back in the 1970s, these sailors changed my future, and they can make history for us now. Keep the picture in mind to remind you to stop doing more of the same and to build new solutions for future families. To encourage you, my final confession is about how long and hard that change can be. A dozen years ago, a client knew to send in advance a textbook about parental alienation. Now, when a client has to teach a professional, you know something is very wrong. And I've worked hard since then on many things I didn't know. Confession number 8. It still took me another 10 years to discover all these solutions. Simplistic labels polarize, they make bad things worse. Ordinary language engages everyone. Complex relational understanding helps best in each case. Family law is the wrong system for this job. It is wrong, whatever the worthy efforts of a few legal people. Sufferers and helpers should never have to be superheroes. Culture change since emancipation brought unintended consequences, and the right systems to build now are awareness, education, health, social, and policy. There are no simple shortcuts for culture changing campaigns. Random activists' efforts and websites do not change the world. Powerfully ingrained beliefs resist anything that doesn't fit. We need to wake up from this nightmare, since anything else just keeps it going. Proactive upstream prevention revives a positive and family focus for our kids. Effective campaigning is a professional campaigner's job, not an amateur or an academic's one. Helpers and sufferers lock on to their downstream problems. To stop doing more of the same can mean for them that they face real grief for a lost cause. But it's worth doing to win the bigger cause another way. So I have confessed how hard change has been for me. With the help of the sailors and some time traveling, I hope I've persuaded you that we need to change our solutions. That the sooner we make history now, the sooner future children of separating families can safely keep their family ties. For them, what we do now is really urgent. So what can you do? The international organization that has put all these solutions together and is making history now is the Two Wishes Foundation. Join in today, and I'll see you again there. Healthy families for life, because not all children get their first wish.
Hola, bonjour, guten Tag, and Palia to introduce you to the local language here at Uluru in the middle of Australia. Like many people, I'm passionate about the well-being of children. So I'd like to share some ideas on how to prevent harm to children and all family members when parents separate. I'd like to suggest that this involves nothing less than transforming how we all deal with and even think about family separation and divorce. If that sounds a bit challenging or grandiose or vague, or just harder than simply making a few changes to your local Family Law Act, I ask you to join me on a short journey. Over a century ago, government agencies here began removing Aboriginal children from their families to be educated and brought up in civilised white society. The policy, based on the prevailing ideology of the day, was not unique to Australia, and no doubt many who implemented it sincerely believed they were acting in the children's best interests. As if it wasn't enough for children to be denied contact with their own parents, many were taught that their parents were not good or even abusive. Many children were not allowed to speak their own language and were taught to reject or were turned against not just their own parents, but their entire culture. Some were even put into environments that were highly abusive and caused even further harm. Together, these children were to become known as the stolen generations. As a symbol both of Australia and of Aboriginal culture, Uluru stands testament to that history and its consequences. High rates of depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress and suicide, poor lifetime health, the loss of connection between children and their parents and culture, the despair and grief of parents and other close family members who lost their children. And on top of all of that, the consequent intergenerational trauma that affects so many families to this day. It's a story of a system we told ourselves for decades was doing good. But it wasn't. It was causing great harm. And it's worthwhile considering briefly how this could possibly have happened. Like many government interventions, it was based not on scientific evidence, but on ideology, the climate of the era, or zeitgeist, if you will. Rarely do governments move ahead of the times, or in advance of changes in culture and attitudes, an important lesson for any advocate of change. Also, typical of such interventions, it was costly, reactive, and based on protocols and procedures and laws, not on human nature and needs. The fact that Aboriginal children were removed from their parents for much of an entire century also illustrates how traditions implemented by governments are so hard to change. How people within a system often fail to see that what they are doing may actually be harmful or wrong, even if well-intentioned. And how such interventions are often seemingly immune to feedback, scrutiny, or accountability, even if their outcomes are dire and self-evident. Ultimately, it was harmful because governments are not parents. Though we have both history and science to back us up, we really shouldn't need them. So obvious is the litany of harm that stems from recklessly removing children from their parents, from allowing families to be destroyed, from not preserving family ties. Plus ça change. Fast forward half a century to a world in which it's taken an international pandemic to remind us, above all things, of the importance of family and family relationships. In one survey last year, maintaining relationships with family was rated more important than keeping a job or even putting food on the table. And yet, despite this timely reminder, it seems we haven't learnt what we could from the past. Around 1970, just as we were stopping policies of removing First Nations children from parents, we began establishing government-run, law-based systems in Australia and around the world to facilitate and manage the escalating numbers of family separations. Family courts had arrived. And with the very best of intentions, once more, they were to look after the best interests of children. So, how has that been working out? Well, today, up to a third of all children in some countries experience the divorce or separation of their parents. It's still the subject of stigma and not really a topic of polite dinner party conversation. And many children are harmed for life during a process that leaves them in unhealthy or unsafe situations, or loses them important loving relationships, or both. This is particularly true for the large numbers of children turned against their own parent or family. If children are taught to hate their own flesh and blood, that's exactly what they begin to do, often with tragic consequences. So, even prior to COVID, we have evidence of escalating self-harming behaviours and mental health issues in ever younger people. We have disturbing rates of suicide in young people and adults. We even have unthinkable acts of family violence, children being murdered by their own parents. And, all too often, we see direct links with family breakups. We now have large studies too that increasingly show the connection between adverse childhood experiences, including family breakups, higher risks of harm, and diminished lifetime health. And we even have science that shows us what happens to neurons in children's brains when exposed to extreme or prolonged stress, like family separation. In many countries, this major social issue of families breaking up has become a public health crisis. So, what should we be doing to prevent children being left in abusive environments, to prevent children from being wrongly cut off from or turned against parents, to prevent children and their parents from dying young? And, rather than trying to stop one form of harm alone, are there measures that could prevent them all? Whatever percentage of parents actually engage in court proceedings, family courts are the best funded and best known system in many countries. And yet, from the UK to Australia, top family court judges are increasingly questioning whether separating families belong in courts at all. For all the dedicated work of good judges, lawyers and court experts, is a legal process, especially if adversarial, unaffordable or stressful, the best and most compassionate way to be dealing with what is, in fact, a health and social issue for families often at their most vulnerable? Now, I realise that many folk at the front line today can see how their work within the current system helps many. Some will even speak of how courts and court orders are essential for them to be able to carry out their work. But is this actually prevention of harm or merely harm reduction? And at what cost? It's a matter of logic and evidence that the terrifyingly high stakes and high pressure of most court systems actually make it more likely for parents to use their children as weapons against the other parent. After all, that's by far the most powerful and accessible tool they've got, especially given the power we're increasingly given to children's voices. If we're looking at the most horrific outcomes of family breakups too, we find a particularly disturbing pattern, one that's repeated in many countries. In Australia, every 2 weeks another child is murdered by a parent or close family member. And one of the leading common denominators is not location or gender, but family breakups. Actually, to be more precise, it's family court proceedings. It was the day after court proceedings and a particularly adverse court expert's report that Arthur Freeman dropped his 4-year-old daughter Darcy to her death from the Westgate Bridge in Melbourne, Australia. Just 8 months earlier, 2-year-old Oliver was killed by his mother, Gabriela Garcia, when she jumped with him from that same bridge, allegedly out of fear of family court proceedings that might take young Oliver away from her. Fear that was perhaps not unreasonable, given that close to 90% of judicial determinations result effectively in single-parent families. And it was the night before a family court hearing in the nation's capital, Canberra, that Anne Mahoro poisoned young Esvin and Faraha before burning down the house with them all still in it. Tragically, the list is much longer. One further murder-suicide was examined by the West Australian coroner, who stated, "The evidence makes clear that parties to family court proceedings can be subjected to intense ongoing stress. It is also clear that such stress was a contributing, if not precipitating, factor." Why would we want to put anyone through that? If there are no pre-existing risk factors like mental health issues or proneness to addiction or violence, stressful court proceedings seem inappropriate at best. If there are such factors, though, allowing these families to enter such a system seems positively reckless. This chart illustrates the relative and potential effectiveness of different types of approaches. For a start, we can of course improve our legislation. After all, laws set the tone for family separation throughout the land. But ultimately, this is only a tiny fraction of the solution. Small changes can take years to accomplish. And in Australia, a staggering 110 separate acts of Parliament in just 45 years have still failed to get the Family Law Act right. Improving family law practices can be simpler, quicker and more effective. By making faster decisions, for instance. In parts of Belgium and Israel, decisions appear to be made in 3 weeks that would often take 3 years in some other jurisdictions. by requiring better training, so that, for instance, all professionals can recognise all forms of child maltreatment, and all decision makers know that removing a child from someone who loves and cares for them, or allowing the child to be denied access, can be at least as harmful and just as unsafe as leaving a child in the care of someone alleged to be abusive. We need to recognise, though, that educating professionals to identify and treat something better means, by definition, that we've failed to prevent it. Furthermore, in many jurisdictions, the very act of getting a lawyer and entering a court system sets a family firmly on a dangerous trajectory. Avoidable harm has already begun. More effective still, in many countries, would be the introduction of modern arbitration. It's generally quicker, cheaper, and more effective than more cumbersome court systems, for both financial and children's matters. To quote one UK High Court judge, it's a no-brainer. Even more effective and earlier are various forms of mediation or enhanced conciliation. At its best, with experienced proactive conciliators and substantial guidance for parents before they take part, this process can leave parents in control of decisions while still reaching an outcome that's good for children, and importantly, that both parents will buy into. If we're really talking about prevention, though, prevention of harm to children, our main focus must start even earlier, with local and affordable support readily available for all children and families, whether through schools, community centres, churches or healthcare centres, long before families are in crisis and in an environment that doesn't escalate pressure, tension, hostility and risks. One of my colleagues, Karen, gets called in, for instance, when a teacher notices a problem with a child at school. The parents are contacted and invariably are both happy to come in and benefit from the coaching Karen provides. It's in the very nature of such early interventions that you don't know exactly what you're preventing down the track, whether family violence or damaging breakups. But that, ironically, is the real test of truly preventative measures. You often can't give a label to what you prevented. Finally, and most importantly for true prevention, comes education. Education of separating parents before they get involved in legal proceedings, so they fully understand the needs of and potential harm to children. Education of young parents long before they have such troubles, and of young people and even school children. So much can be accomplished so much more effectively and cost-effectively with the right education about healthy relationships, building resilience, or the harm to children if you separate badly. Even if we could all agree what prevention actually looks like, though, and put all such measures in place, we'd still be missing arguably the most important ingredient. Some of you will know the old line, "If you build it, they will come." Actually, Kevin Costner says he will come, but no matter. But it's not true, except in the movies, perhaps. The most important element of all in prevention is not to identify and implement these measures, though this is essential, but to promote them with carefully crafted policies to politicians and with carefully crafted messages that will reach the public at large. This is the campaign that we've taken on at the Two Wishes Foundation. Our vision is a positive one of a world where all children are free to maintain and develop positive relationships with all who love and care for them, whatever shape their family takes. Our mission is to build healthier families and ensure that children are not harmed when parents split up or families change. We aim to create a paradigm shift and get the world to reimagine family breakups, perhaps even to reimagine family as a living network of interconnecting and loving relationships with a child at its centre. A good campaign has many coordinated components. Among ours, we're using our in-house expertise to produce TV programmes for international television. Programmes that will play a central role in an extensive and professionally produced social impact campaign. We're producing TV ads for mainstream television and social media around the globe. Our first, "No Child Should Have to Choose," has already been filmed and will be launched internationally next year. Our themes are chosen carefully to influence critical behaviours or highlight key issues. We're generating mainstream media coverage on TV, radio and in print media that will reach a mainstream audience with key messages and calls to action. In Australia, we've reached 10 to 20% of the entire population already. We're listening to children and young people and creating comprehensive, inclusive policies that politicians and legislators can embrace. For there's no point in motivating the world to act if no one knows what action needs to be taken. And we're liaising with and trying to bring together groups and organisations around the world who share our vision and our aims. So you're welcome to make contact with us. We've a positive message about brighter futures for children, even those who missed out on their first wish to grow up in a healthy, happy family.
Coffee pause, and I suppose you're all very happy to make this pause. We come back in 20 minutes, please.
Okay, so our next speaker is a colleague of mine. He's also working for family courts as an expert helping families and children in Germany and Spain. Jorge Gera Gonzalez is the next speaker, so I give the word to him. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Well, the first thing I'm not sure about, which is a mask rule here, so I want me to not to happen like last Brazil, Argentina, something bad. So you tell me if I'm not doing wrong, and then I put my mask on. And sorry, the time was an orientation. Now I've heard I will have really 20 minutes, and this is why I want to hurry. I want to know, or I guess you want to know also if there's a connection between shared parenting and parental alienation. So is shared parenting a golden way to prevent parental alienation? And that's the question I'd like to answer with you. First of all, well, definitions. Shared parenting, you have many names for that, is a child custody arrangement after divorce or separation in which both parents share the responsibility of raising them, the children, with equal or close to equal parenting time. So it is a question of access rights. Who has access to the children? And it is normally a part of the parental authority, meaning who has the power, decision power in children. So it is a bit different. And what is parental alienation? Well, probably we have heard that many, many times. Is the child rejected? That's my definition, but you can find any other definition appropriate. That's the child rejection of the contact with, usually, one of his or her parents, which is induced by the other parent and leads to a permanent contact suspension normally ordered by a family court. So it means a double instrumentalization. First, you instrumentalize a child against the other parent. Second, you instrumentalize a court in order to order the suspension. So it means a double manipulation, always. And, well, with the court decision begins an estrangement process when the court says for double, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, this child will have no contact with father or mother, or with both. Then begin an estrangement process that will end in a parental alienation syndrome. The problem is we don't really know. Something will happen in the mind of the child, but we are not allowed to call it syndrome for the moment, perhaps. So which is the relation between parental alienation and shared parenting? And, well, we are in a field with many common issues. One of them, we said, le roi, child, so the child is the king. That's a preeminent role of children since about 20, 30 years. So and we don't really know how to implement this preeminent role of children. The other is question of different, let's say, perspectives. which is not a question of being right or wrong, it's just different perspective that has to be combined. And the third thing is, okay, it was said many times, but children need both parents. And well, I've made the experience many, many times. If you ask a child, even after separation, even after many years separation, and even after mother or father had perhaps married again, you ask them, what do you want? They will say, I want mother and father to come together again. So it's like a very strong binding. What do we know about this connection? Shared parenting and parental alienation, they are, let's say, different things. So shared parenting is a custody access rule after separation, whereas parental alienation is probably the contrary. It's a lack of access, and it is also child abuse. Shared parenting is probably the most beneficial decision for parents after separation, whereas parental alienation is probably the worst thing you can do to your child. Are there more differences? Yes. Parental alienation should not be, I'm taking the perspective of the German law, but I guess it is all over the place very similar. Parental alienation should not be legally possible, but it is. Whereas shared parenting should be legally possible, but normally it is not. That the foundation, if you're interested, I can send it, but it is well funded with, at the highest level, a legal level. But there are some similarities that are perhaps unexpected. They have the same supporters and detractors. So those that sustain shared parenting sustain also parental alienation as concept to name the phenomenon and fight disparity. They fight that parental alienation should happen, whereas those that reject shared parenting reject also parental alienation as a concept to name the phenomenon, and I would say recklessly ignore this reality. And surprise, surprise. Let's say what group is for and against. Many those that mainly plead for gender equality, separation of elternhood and motherhood, and for free abortion, or mainly those that mainly plead for traditional principles and for societal values of families. I would say, well, seems logical, but it is exactly the contrary. I will not open it Pandora's box now, but it's just some relationships between both concepts. So, is shared parenting a golden way to prevent parental alienation? There are only two ways to answer. One is empirical one, the other one is the logical one. Well, and this is the special one. I don't know if you know him, but it's really special. What is the empirical way goes? How does it go? So if I ask you, is the vaccine X a golden way to prevent COVID-19? Let's say AstraZeneca, let's say whatever, Moderna. There's no problem in answering that question because you know what vaccine we are talking about and what is COVID and what is an infection and what is the virus and whatever. So you can answer that question. But I know I shouldn't talk about that because that's very polemic. So I take other examples. Is sun cream a golden way to prevent sunburns? Okay, you can say, I know what is sun cream, what is sunburn, so you can say probably it is. But if I ask you, is nanotechnology a golden way to prevent alien invasions? Probably you cannot answer that question because most of us will not know exactly what is nanotechnology and we don't know what is an alien invasion. That's the problem. We cannot answer that question empirically. Not because we don't know what is shared parenting or parental alienation, but because we cannot really know. There's not a legal definition of a mental disorder. There are no statistics on that. We cannot answer this question empirically. So we are at the level of an alien invasion. We should know how many separated parents couples are shared parenting, residential model, single parents, how many alienated children parents at different levels of alienation, if and how change the situation of concerning parental alienation in the legal system before and after the introduction of shared parenting. We don't have that figures. There's no general statistics on that, and only about married women, married parents, sorry. No other court statistics on the issue, no follow-up of families, so no judge. They are deciding blind. Judges really don't know what happened after the decision. Was it right or wrong? They don't know. And there's no follow-up, no psychological, no legal, nothing, no possibility. And that's the reason we don't really know, because there's not such a condition. If I say depression, we can go to psychologists' practices and ask there, and we'll have some statistics, but not concerning parental alienation. So we can say whatever we want, unfortunately. And as I said, shared parenting is not the rule. Belgium is a golden example in that way, but it's not the rule all over the place. In theory, we could surmount this difficulty the empirical way, but we should make a huge research project dealing with all separated couples in a certain place at a time. Sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. But it would be a question of data protection. Okay, do we have access to that information? Are the families going to comply with that goal in order to give that information? And who is going to pay for that? We're going to pay for something that we don't really know. And well, let's face it, it is very critical politically. So the present result is a vicious circle. So we have no research because we have no data, and we have no data because we have no research. How can we break the circle? Let's put it logically. Somehow, sometime I presented a chain to parental alienation. So we have a parental conflict, not compulsorily, but most of the time, leading to a position of power of one parent against the other that uses power through the child against the other parent. So the child expresses its will at court. The court listens, assuming WWW. The words of the child are the will of the child, are the well-being of the child, making no difference at that point, and say, okay, child doesn't want, so parent-child contact suspension, and after some time we'll have a parental alienation, let's say, syndrome. So can we stop the chain? We have three ways to do that. One, you change the position of power. Two, you stop this assumption. And three, you prevent courts from deciding that. Let's take number one, the position of power. Can we change that? Well, no, because either have parents power on the children or not, and most of them they have. Good way would be to equalize this parental position through shared parenting. So we have now equal position, would be, then any influence would be more difficult to become will of children. Problems? Shared parenting is a necessary but not sufficient condition to prevent parental alienation. We need a court order for that. A practical example, I really knew a family. After separation, they lived in shared parenting, and then the mother, in this case, started to influence the child, and after it reduced the contact with the father, and after 2 years, a court said 2 years contact suspension. So it is a necessary but not a sufficient condition. So which is the result? Shared parenting should have at least a preventive effect on parental alienation. Second one, the assumption WWW, how to avoid it, formation, qualification of judges, and also other professionals in developmental, personality, clinical psychology, and problems. Well, this is a necessary and almost sufficient condition to prevent parental alienation. We need a court order, so it doesn't mean obligatorily that it will come to a contact suspension. And, well, somebody has to pay that courses, and the judges have to perceive the need. And some judges think this could be an attack to my judicial independence, and I want to decide on my own. Nobody should take an influence on my decision. The result is, okay, at least if a judge, if professionals can differentiate between words, will, and well-being of the children, then it will be more difficult that we get to a parental alienation. And the third, we need a court decision, definitely. How to avoid it? Well, we had now the discussion. The question is, are family courts the right place to solve family problems? I will not open this Pandora box again. My guess is no. That's not the right place. Why? Because judges can only solve legal problems, and problems of families are almost never legal problems. They are hurt, frustrated, but this is the deep part of it that no court is going to look into. And second way, formation, qualification, not only in psychology, we heard that today, in conflict management, mediation, etc. Problems, who's going to pay for that? Need perceived, it's the same story as before, and judicial independency. Result, it really works. And I was giving a talk in Germany. I cannot say the place. I was not authorized, but I was talking about parental alienation, among many things, and everyone said, what is that? We don't have this here. And it was really, a judge was so, I don't know, he had the qualities to prevent parental alienation just by asking and talking to the parents, and worked. So there's a place in Germany without parental alienation. Conclusions. So is shared parenting a golden way to prevent parental alienation? Until we have, one day perhaps, more detailed statistic data on that, it is a good way to prevent parental alienation. I cannot say more than that, but in a double sense. Directly, so shared parenting equalizes the power positions of both parents, and so the influence scope on the child. Indirectly, shared parenting implies and transmits the idea to both parents, judges, all other professionals, and the whole society that father and mother are equally important for the children. So it will be more difficult if a judge knows that and assumes that to decide a contact suspension. What can we do? Given that there's only one necessary and sufficient condition to prevent parental alienation, which is the result of a court decision, it's a duty of society to provide judges with the last scientific knowledge on the issue. It's a duty of judges to update their knowledge and be open for new one. And it's a duty of all professionals to assume their unconditional responsibility on children, as long as there is no statutory law. And then they will be obliged to. What can we do, every one of us, to promote this change? I would say we should do as we do it now. We are learning, we are here, we're getting together. So we should create and spread knowledge on the issue. We should support a really child-oriented use of methods of knowledge, of this knowledge. For example, to differentiate adequately these W's, or to weigh up consequences and context of tension, and find out motives of parental rejection. Because if we don't know parental alienation as an object to investigate, we don't know exactly why, what moves a mother or a father to put the other parent away. We don't really know why. We can suppose. I have some information on that, but that's my personal information. And that's also my recommendation to hold to the term parental alienation. I wrote an article this year saying, call it X, but do something. Because we we have to stop it, whatever we call it. But if we call it different names, it will be very difficult to concentrate this research power on a goal and then to change the game as we want to do. Thank you very much.
So Vittorio Vedetti is a pediatrician. I will arrive to tell it. And he is really famous. He has written a lot, and he's famous for a book. The topic is in Italian, Nel nome dei.
In the name of the children.
In the name of the children. So, and he has written also an article, The Interest of the Children in Different Family Structure, and it has been translated in 9 languages, with why the comparative research, the European children, and the divorce of their parent has been presented by the author by the European Parliament in Strasbourg, and to the High Commissioner for the Human Rights. And I have to add, is co-founder of Colibri Europe, former member of Scientific Committee of the International Council on Shared Parenting. So now, it's enough.
It's too much. Okay, my speech will consist of a dissertation about the middle and long-term consequences on children and adults' health caused by childhood adversity. It's a quite new approach, but I think, I believe that it will be well accepted in a multidisciplinary context. The science has demonstrated direct effect without any possible of doubt on infant and young adult health caused by childhood adversity. We can classify this kind of childhood adversity in chronic stressors, and on the other hand, effects caused by traumatic experience. We will see that many of them belong to divorce-correlated situation, of course. We can talk about chronic stress when we talk about parental loss, parental lack. For sure, I mean, not all the cases of parental loss are caused by parental alienation, but it's very important to introduce the concept of childhood adversity, because if we talk only of parental loss, we can have the statistics that the former speaker told that doesn't exist. For sure, we don't have data about parental alienation, but we can find data about parental loss. In this field, we can find some statistics, we will see. Parental separation with long-term family conflict is important chronic stressor, the neglect, parental education, parental mental health. The poverty is a very important stressor, and the drug use in the family. So more or less we can count 8 factors. A traumatic experience, physical abuse, verbal abuse, mental abuse. Probably in this frame we can introduce the concept of parental alienation. But also witnessing violence in the home, severe childhood illness. What does it mean, severe childhood illness? It means that if a child gets an important disease, like for example a cancer in the first years of life, he will likely get another disease, another severe disease in the next years, and not strictly correlated with the first one. Parental alienation, we know, can be correlated with childhood adversity because very often, in most cases, it can cause parental lack, parental loss, psychological violence, long-term family conflict. Now I go through some psychobiological aspects. So, for example, the influence on the hormones, like, for example, the hormones stimulating the adrenocortical glands, the stress glands, the oxytocin. Less important, less prominent are the effects caused on the growth hormone or the thyroid hormones. Very interesting, the new effect demonstrated on some cytokines, like, for example, tumor necrosis factor, interleukin-6, we will see the effects, on chromosome and genes, but also on the immunitary system, on a pro-inflammatory protein, the CRP, the levels of CRP after childhood adversity are increased, CRP levels are correlated with a lot of disease, a large spectrum of disease. But we can have also an influence on puberty and height and on eating disorders. Since 20 years, we know that cortisol levels in adult men are increased if they, in their childhood, so many years earlier, they were subject to parental loss or other adversities. Now a question arises because we know that the enemy of shared parenting said that is a stress factor also living two homes. But it's very helpful, this Swedish research, who have observed that living arrangement is not associated with morning cortisol level, with the diurnal cortisol decline or with recurrent pain. So it seems to observe that living in two different homes 50% of the time is not a stress factor. How about the oxytocin levels? Oxytocin levels in adulthood are correlated with anxiety and depression if they are low. But oxytocin is also the hormone of falling in love. That's explained why, in my experience, clinical experience too, I saw a lot of teenagers coming out from a very painful parental divorce, having a lot of trouble, a lot of problem to have a relation with the other sex. A new topic is the possible correlation between height and familial disruption. It has been observed that at least for men, the parental loss by divorce during early childhood can be associated with later puberty. A later puberty, in turn, is associated with shorter adult height. It seems to not be valid for the woman. New topic is the influence of childhood adversity on the telomere length. The telomere as the terminal portion of the chromosome, protecting the chromosome from the stress during the life. If your telomere is shorter, it means that your chromosomes will age very faster than expected. At 9 years of age, children with father loss have a significantly shorter telomeres. We see that for separation and divorce is estimated in 6% of reduction. More or less the same tell us this research in African American children. We see that some childhood adversity, like for example low income, poverty, low maternal education, unstable family strata, harsh parenting, gives rise a decrease of telomere length, minus 19%. In 2011, it was demonstrated that childhood adversity is able to increase the inflammation levels in the blood and can have a huge influence on the telomere length. And it means more psychiatric disorder, but for abuse has been clearly demonstrated an increase of metabolic disease, cancers, and lung disease. In the same research, the authors observed that the presence of multiple childhood adversity, not only one, but several childhood adversity, was related to heightened interleukin-6 and shorter telomeres. And this difference about the telomeres length could be translated in a 15 years difference in lifespan. But the question, the natural question is what it means to have a dysregulation of a tumor necrosis factor. What does it mean to have a dysregulation of interleukin-6? Tumor necrosis factor, for example, is correlated with a lot of human disease. Among these ones, we can include Alzheimer's disease, cancer, major depression, psoriasis, also inflammatory bowel disease. Interleukin-6 is correlated in many diseases, to many diseases like diabetes, you see the other one, multiple myeloma, prostate cancer, rheumatoid arthritis. A good question if it's worth losing a parent by death or by divorce, but the answer seems to be clear. It's better to lose by death because when you lose because of the death, it's less likely to disrupt the child's relationship with the remaining parent. And the age, for sure, is important. It's not the same thing if you lose a parent when you are a teenager or when you are very young. Loss at an early age, less than 9 years, is for sure of greater significance, is more meaningful than later loss. Our new topic is the neuroimaging, so a very objective way of investigation in people with childhood adversity. Childhood adversity is able to cause initial stress-induced hypertrophy of amygdala neurons, but in a second time, after many years, is able to lead a neural atrophy or cell death. It is interesting because amygdala performs a primary role in different fields, like, for example, processing of memory, emotional responses, including anxiety, aggression. We must not be surprised, really. We have, in fact, a lot of evidence, hundreds and hundreds of examples in animals of the organic effects of childhood adversity. Examples that can include the birds, especially the birds almost without sexual dimorphism, mammals, also primates. So, for example, we are talking about coparental animals. So we are not talking about the birds. The birds is a monoparental animal. We are not talking about the lions, but, for example, about this kind of monkey, titi monkey. Has been demonstrated in this primate that the separation from the father is able to trigger a significant elevation in adrenocortical activity. This happens also when the mother remained with the infant during the moment of separation. Has been also observed in another mammal, the monogamous California mouse, that the father absence is able to modify the dopamine glutamate synapses in medial prefrontal cortex. So we cannot think that in the human the situation can be completely different. About the prevention, I mean, the question, okay, I could go through for weeks about these topics, but I want to go further. And the natural question is if shared parenting is able to prevent childhood adversity, parental estrangement, parental loss. As you can see, I'm not talking about parental alienation. I'm talking about parental loss, about childhood adversity. Another question, if it has a positive influence on the well-being, and if it's able to decrease the conflict. It is another important childhood adversity. About the parental loss, the correlation is clear. Because there's a tight inverse correlation between shared parenting and parental loss. In countries like Italy, where shared parenting is rare, after 10 years, more or less, you can find the parental loss in 25% of cases. And the same, it happens in Greece, while I found official data in Sweden and Denmark, where shared parenting is quite common. You will find a risk 0, but it's decreased to 12, 13%. Another French research that I found observes that the probability of losing contact with the father is 1%, where the judge ordered the physical custody at least during the 6 first months. But if the judge ordered the traditional arrangement 2 weekends, a Wednesday afternoon, you will see that increase suddenly up to 21%. Sorry. Very interesting, this research from a German university, Tübingen University, shows that, it shows a strict correlation between the risk of parental loss and the parenting time. They observed that when parenting time is less than 70%, the risk of parental estrangement, so not alienation, parental loss, rises to 50% or more. If it's 30%, the risk is about more or less 30%, but you see suddenly and steeply can go up if the parenting time is the result of cases when there's a kind of obstructionism by the parent number 1. Finally, the research shows that when parenting time is 50-50, so really equal parenting, the risk and the level of parental alienation or estrangement is still 10%. So I repeat once again, the risk 0 doesn't exist, but it was the same concept that was expressed by former speaker, by Jorge. About the capacity of decreasing the conflict, shared parenting is able. I skip for question of time the first topic, cross-sectional studies. I jump directly to some longitudinal analysis. So in Australia, we have a new law on shared parenting in 2006. We saw that the official claims to the family magistrate cause decrease a lot. In the same time, out of family matter, we see that in Australia, the normal civil trial increased 13%. In Spain, about the conflict, I took like parameter the gender violence complaints. After that, in some autonomous region was approved a law on shared parenting, custodia compartida. We don't find really an increase of gender violence claims. We can say that also this law has been able to reduce slightly this kind of phenomenon. In Kentucky, in July 2017, was implemented a partial version of shared parenting law. 1 year after, this law took a complete effect. Okay, in 2 years, the family court cases filed in the family court decreased 11%. 11% in 2 years, despite population growth, a huge divorce increase. And finally, we recall that Sweden, Denmark, the judicial trials have decreased as the shared parenting has increased. And some Congress, Malin Bäckström, told us that only 2-3% of divorcing couples in Sweden enter really a court, more or less the same. There's some Swedish here, we can confirm more or less, but the source was Swedish. And about the same happens in Denmark. About shared parenting and general well-being, this is a more controversial topic. Okay, for sure, there's a general consensus between the positive correlation. I face this topic in a paper that you can easily find on internet. So, you see that I approach this topic like a problem of public health, santé publique. The dilemma is only if the correlation depends on selection effect of the parents or causal effect. Okay, I conclude, if it's not completely clear how much the outcomes depends on selection effect, so it means that the parents opting for shared parenting from the beginning, they are more collaborative, non-conflictual, better care providers than sole parenting parents, or on causal effect, so shared parenting really lead to better causes, better outcomes, better results for children. I can observe that a sudden huge increase in shared parenting in some countries in the world with a simple change of the law. So, for example, in Sweden, where joint physical custody increased from 4% to 40%, so it's not possible thinking about a selection effect, or in some Spanish regions like Catalonia or Comunità Valenciana, or in Kentucky, lead me a lot of other research to think that the positive outcomes of shared parenting cannot depend just on a selection effect, but conversely also on a causal effect. Thank you. If you want to go through, these are my contacts. Thanks.
Thank you, Victorio. Now, nous allons écouter un qui malheureusement ne peut pas être présent, c'est Gérard Osterman.
We are now listening to someone who cannot be with us, Mr. Osterman. He was committed to come last year, but as you know, this conference was postponed by 1 year, so he sent us a video that lasts for 14 minutes, so we have time to break for lunch. But it's an interesting theme, namely, when we create a secure link or secure tie with the child, is this enough to ensure not losing the link? I would like to thank the organizers, in particular Mrs. Marie-France Carrier, for inviting me to this 4th hybrid international conference on the prevention of parental alienation. And I ask your indulgence for the quality of this video. Since its introduction into the psychological vocabulary, the concept of parental alienation has been strongly resisted both by clinicians and by the general public. Richard Allen Garner has drawn our attention to an insidious form of emotional child abuse that can be caused by parental divorce, who wage war to each other. It's a kind of intrusive parenting, but no international classification recognizes this as it stands now. So parental alienation is kind of one-size-fits-all concept. The very term of parental alienation refers to the world of madness, whereas the etymological meaning simply refers to the loss or the bringing up of the tie, the A being a privative one. To alienate means to break the tie. It is to make a child foreign or hostile to a parent. It is not sure that the violence of the conflicts at the origin or that follows separation has increased in intensity, but it seems that the very nature of these conflicts has changed because of the importance that is given today to the well-being of the child and to taking into account, sometimes beyond what is reasonable, his or her desires or demands. So, does the phenomenon exist? Is it self-alienation or parental alienation? If we simply describe the phenomenon, it is certain that any family court judge, any expert regularly appointed in matters of parental separation has one day been confronted with this type of situation in which a child seems to be transfigured and rejects suddenly or progressively one of his or her parents. It is not by chance if Whale in 1989 called Medea syndrome the fact that one parent uses the child to get at the other parent. And Medea refers to a famous page in Greek mythology. So, parental alienation involves a maneuver by a parent using invisible or other loyalty mechanisms. As underlined by Bruno Embeck, alienation is more subtle because the child is taken as a testimony by a parent in whatever he or she says vis-à-vis this conflict. So it is the result of the slow process that shapes along various disputes and conflicts. This is a process that appears whenever the child is taken between contradictory demands to love one parent against the other, and he has the feeling that he has a conflict of loyalty to solve, which is an impossible problem to solve. Many sufferings result from this, and we are not necessarily aware of that. Those effects can be subtle, indirect, unconscious, and hardly recognizable. So sometimes people are not toxic, but the tie is toxic. To get out of alienation is to get out of this detrimental and harmful tie. We should talk about capturing, instrumentalizing, or controlling. Parental alienation is therefore very rare. The parental alienation disorder can be fostered by a number of factors that refer the child to himself. The desire to reduce a loyalty conflict, the desire to repair the damaged parent, a kind of parentification of the child, the desire to reunite the parental couple. Of course, this also has to do with aspects of the child's personality. The child becomes a referee in front of two players who, in his mind, are always the same team. The desire to reduce a loyalty conflict is probably the most powerful factor in promoting the parental alienation mechanism on the child's side. More specifically, the child believes that showing love to one is a betrayal to the other. To resolve this loyalty conflict, the child naturally tries to make a split. The creation of an all-good parent on the one hand and an all-bad parent on the other. Strangely enough, once this cleavage is made, the child finds his comfort zone, his inner peace, and displays more serene behaviors. He has exchanged a conflict of loyalty for a more pernicious evil, parental alienation. Therefore, the loyalty conflict, despite the deep discomfort it causes, it's basically a lesser evil. It indicates that the child is preserving his or her love for both parents. While the rejection of a parent, despite its appearance of being the best possible solution, symbolizes a form of parentectomy that deprives the child of a crucial source of identity. The suffering parent does not really manipulate, at least not consciously, but there is a form of manipulation that takes place because the child gives the impression of spontaneously making a choice that is linked to these attachment mechanisms. A child faced with a mother, for example, who suffers because she's just been left by the father, will adopt a set of behaviors that are forms of self-alienation. And there sometimes they throw their arms up in the air and say, I did not manipulate my child, and those mothers are right. It's not a conscious manipulation, it's a way of doing that makes the child seem to spontaneously choose one against the other. And usually the child chooses the parent that suffers most in his or her eyes. The alienating behaviors of an emotionally dependent parent who offers the child nurturing care in exchange for unconditional loyalty, combined with incidents of abuse, clumsiness, and or lack of warm parental involvement by a marginalized and rejected parent. Together, these elements explain why some vulnerable children lose their sense of emerging identity. Attachment is a powerful emotional regulator. It is an innate motivational system that will continue to develop. So this attachment is a system that will develop throughout life in a search for closeness and security. It is therefore the unique tie that connects the child to a significant person to whom he or she directs his or her attention. It can be the mother or a surrogate who provides care and establishes a lasting relationship with a child. John Bowlby introduced the possibility of multiple forms of attachment, meaning that the child could have several attachment figures. Ainsworth notes that children are quite selective in their choice of attachment figures, and that not everyone who evolves around a baby becomes one. This attachment relationship provides the child with a sense of security, the so-called base of security, a concept that was introduced by Ainsworth. This attachment allows the child to have an exploratory behavior. For the child, the actual proximity of the attachment figure is necessary, but as he grows or she grows, it is emotionally conceptualized to allow separation. The early attachment is very important for the relational and personal development of the child, as it greatly determines later social behaviors. According to Bowlby, the child develops a particular attachment pattern from early childhood based on the mother's cares and attitude of the mother towards him. Later, this tie with the attachment figure will be internalized by the child and will serve as a model for all future relationships. So, the growing child will develop relationships that are a copy-paste of those attachment relationships. In short, the kind of posture of the parent, of the caregiver, is extremely crucial for the child's development. And this goes through the integration by the child of internal operating models, which allow the child to know what attitude to adopt towards its attachment figures and towards others in general. If a child has been able to develop a secure attachment with one parent, can he or she be so easily alienated by the other parent? That's the question. Can the attachment tie prevent the child from rejecting the parent with whom the attachment tie is strong? Paradoxically, the more secure an attachment is, the more it will give rise to alienating mechanism. That's strange, but one can explain that. A secure attachment, for example, can include forms of parental self-alienation, since the intensity of the attachment will justify the child putting himself or herself in the camp of that parent. That's where diagnosis will be needed on which we can act. Because in attachment, if disorganized or ambivalent attachment can effectively induce ways of self-annihilation, secure attachment, on the other hand, is no guarantee at all. One can even think that this variable is secondary in the case of parental self-alienation, because it will give types of self-alienation, but it cannot preempt whether the alienation will occur or not. What is perverse in such situation of couple à trois is induced by narcissism. And what is problematic is not the personality of one of the parents, but the relationship and the power that is given to these relationships. It is important to make a distinction between a realistic situation of estrangement where the child was voluntarily removed himself or herself from a parent because of abusive, violent and neglectful behavior of the part of that parent. That's not a conscious manipulation. In many families, the partner accused of parental alienation falls flat on his face and says, "I didn't do anything or say anything, ask the child." And therefore the child is faced with a kind of trap because he or she will drive the nail into the parental self-alienation by saying it's true or she's not right. And the child is embarked then in kind of self-alienation. Indeed, the alienating behavior is not the monopoly of people with psychiatric disorders. It would be dangerous to analyze it in these terms and to see it only from a narcissistic pervert angle. What is perverse and what is induced by narcissism and what is problematic is not the personality of one of the two parents, but the relationship and the power, or the power that is given to the relationship, and the power that is given to the child to stand on one side versus the other. So the parental alienation will cause short and long-term damage to the child. The child will show a loss of confidence in himself and into the world, associated with difficulties in relating to his peers, with whom lasting relationships are difficult to maintain. So the question which is central to this meeting is, what about prevention? It is important for any therapist to maintain neutrality at the heart of a family situation and thus offer the child sufficiently structuring care to allow the child to emerge from a conflict which obviously concerns him or her, but which must not involve him or her. So we know that children don't want to make a choice between their parents and insist on their independent perspective. This protection must be put in place as soon as possible. That is to say, as soon as the separation process takes place. A separation is always something that's been prepared by many arguments, by many conflicts, by many tensions. It is therefore essential to allow the child to get out of this climate of tension by reassuring the child and let him or her know that he is concerned but not involved. This conflict doesn't belong to you, so you are free to talk about the emotions you are experiencing. But these emotions, for example, will not be so powerful that because you are sad, dad or mom will not leave or stay. So the intervention should be adjusted to the parents' sensitivity, to the family's problems, to the child's needs. This work of distancing will allow the child to rehabilitate himself as such. Each actor accompanying a family unit must be vigilant to the fact of giving a lot of power to the child's emotion, because this attitude also strengthens the mechanism of parental self-alienation. Indeed, one realizes that, or the child realizes that his or her emotions have an enormous power, and the child is then likely to be used against unconsciously by a parent who will say, look, the child is sad and it tells us he's sad, so don't leave. Prevalence rates vary widely from one study to the other. There's a lack of empirically validated studies. In fact, the term parental alienation can be misused by some parents, grandparents, or lawyers. In fact, some will allege facts in order to obtain custody of the child. To guarantee the quality of the tie, it is necessary to maintain each parent's relationship with the child and to work with the parents so that they can overcome their separation. Psychological support will enable the child to revalue each of the parents in his or her eyes. The difficulty is for the judge as well as for the expert to assess the previous quality of the relationship, a relationship that is often denied both by the hostile child and by the favorite and idealized parent. We also feel it is important to raise awareness and to train workers about parental alienation. It is a very interesting notion which refers to situations that are increasingly reported, but which nevertheless remains poorly known and surrounded by false truth. To grow up, the child needs a reference to both parents. It is sometimes up to the professional to bring back to the child the reality of his or her other parent who is absent, ignored, or rejected, whether in the context of a separation or in the context of death or abandonment. There is still a controversy. What is the source of the disorder? It is therefore essential to analyze and thus evaluate a parental alienation context through multiple factors. To avoid and prevent the unbearable cocktail of anguish, distress, and fear that can slow down the child's desire to grow if the pressure is not lifted, Bruno Hambakes proposes 5 rules that must be followed. The rules are the following ones. The child must be allowed to clearly and explicitly stay out of parental conflict. 2, the emotion expressed by the child cannot be contradicted, attenuated, or manipulated by either parent. 3, if the parents divorce each other, the child will never divorce either parent. 4, the parental couple remains even if the conjugal couple no longer exists. 5, magnificent sentence of Bruno Hambake: love is not divided, it is shared. Thank you for your attention.
Please keep your questions for this afternoon. We'll be a bit more strict this afternoon, so it's going to be stricter. We'll have more time for questions, and we'll have Bruno Hambake, by the way, this afternoon. So please enjoy your lunch and be back at 2 p.m., please. 2 p.m.
Voilà, if you can see it. No more voice. Est-ce que je peux vous demander de vous asseoir? S'il y a encore des gens qui arrivent.
Can you please ask people to quickly take their seats? I have the pleasure to welcome Jean van Emmelrijk, who's a psychologist, a family therapist. He's had a long institutional career. He teaches psychology at the ULB, the Brussels University. And you've written 2 books on mal-separation and on conflictual parental split. So you can talk to Olga. I think you have a lot to talk about, the 2 of you together. And then one more thing, which is not on his CV, is also the supervisor of family and children's judges in the area of Namur and Dinan. You know maybe that as a judge you often feel quite lonely with a lot of responsibility. It's emotionally draining, and it's always useful to have someone like Jean who can help, who can provide support. Is someone that we can talk to, particularly difficult topics can be discussed with him. So thank you very much. And of course, when people like myself feel good, they have time to organize an event like this one. I am not a serious person, a very an expert or a scientist. I'm just a psychologist, and I work with real people. Now, you may know that sometimes in Belgium it rains. Okay, it happens. But there are still people who go out in the street without an umbrella. And they get home and they're soaked. And the next day they will get out again, and again they won't take an umbrella with them, which is absolutely absurd and stupid. I mean, obviously any normal person would know that if it rains, you take an umbrella, that umbrella will protect you. And you go back home dry, your feet are dry, and the umbrella is scientifically proven to be very useful. A lot of very big, famous university teachers have looked at the usefulness of umbrellas, and it's proven they work. Okay. No, Belgium is still a country where not everybody gets that, and a lot of people still go out and end up wet when they go back home. Now, a lot of sociologists have talked to these people and asked them, why on earth do you go out without an umbrella in Belgium? And people say, well, yes, I go out because I'm unlucky. I think it's not going to rain, and it rains. Others think I go out with an umbrella because I am lucky, and there won't be rain when I go out. I know it for sure. And others say it's not me who has a problem, it's the rain that has a problem with me. So, more seriously now, this sort of absurd approach to rain and umbrella is very much what happens when people separate, when parents split. These parents are not stupid. They know that by separating, by, divorcing, there will be a problem somewhere. So why do clever people, people who are not stupid, people who are educated, who've probably been able to produce wonderful PowerPoint presentations, they don't seem to be able to understand that there's going to be a problem when you fight repeatedly with your husband or your wife or your partner, and you know that it's going to hurt your children. And usually those people will say, but it's not me that has a problem, it's my husband or my wife or my partner. I'm not the guilty party here. So the ridiculous question that we could ask ourselves is this one. Can someone ever separate from someone that at one point in time in your life you loved and you wanted to build something with? Of course you will say, yes, it happens. Well, it's not that obvious, because yes, you could decide to live with someone, but with a certain distance. You can establish a set of rules, you can organize your life and not see that person anymore, but it's impossible to totally erase someone from your background, from your experience, from a history. And I think when you separate from someone, you do not erase that person, she will always be there, but you forget about that person. And we need to understand that, and we need to allow the fact that there will always be something left of someone that you don't want to be with anymore. There may be hatred, friendship, there can be some sort of reminder of something, and it will always be there. And separation, as a psychologist, is to me an enormous risk from an identity point of view. A badly managed separation can lead to tremendous disorders, bitterness, despair, complex emotions that are not easy to manage and to carry around. In that kind of situation, the strategy that human beings will have will be quite basic. They will do this. You build a couple, and you try to base that couple on several elements. There's something related with the body, sex, the shape of the other's body, proximity, warmth. So there's the body dimension in all its dimensions. Then there is a story, a narrative that you try to somehow share, what psychologists call the founding myths. So there will be this sort of interaction between two histories that sort of merge together. And then, obviously, that other person is someone that you may use to live better yourself. It's not perfect, but being with someone helps you to feel better. So when you separate, you not only lose that body proximity dimension, you lose that. The body is gone, that other body. My time is going to be different. The way I organize my life is going to be different. Everything will be desarticulated or rearticulated in a different way on the basis of a new time management approach. And then this support that I was receiving from that individual is not there. So I am back to what I was before I knew that person or met her or him. And some people will deal with that with a simple strategy. They will say, I'm not going away, we're not separating. And what I call, what they do is they mal-separate. So they don't cut through the relationship, they sort of let it there. And instead of pushing the other away, they will keep that person with themselves, but they will hate the other. The couple will never split, will never separate, but there will be pain, there will be hatred, and there will be still this proximity, but a totally different type of proximity based on an opposition rather than an attraction. And I'm sure you've met people like that. You've met people who are always trying to split, but they can't do it, or they don't want to do it, and they blame the other for that failure. And they invent a sort of system or a sort of what I call an orchestration, a sort of articulation of their two beings, which I called mal-separation. Now, of course, when people are in that situation and they spend the time fighting, they spend the time arguing, there will always be someone who will say, please stop doing that, it's not leading you anywhere. And they will say, of course, no, we will stop, but they keep continuing and they keep fighting. And everybody tells them not to do it, and psychologists and judges as well are telling them, okay, let's avoid conflict, please. Let us do something to move away from that stupid situation in which you are, which is based on conflict. And that's what all these clever individuals, judges, psychologists will say. They will say, let's get rid of that conflict, which is poisoning your life. And by avoiding conflict, we will help your children live better. This doesn't work because it assumes that conflict is a danger or a threat. No, I'm not saying conflict is good, but conflict is not as bad as it looks sometimes. And this is what I've been doing for many years. I keep meeting and receiving couples who keep trying to split without ever succeeding in doing it. And I'm not judging them. I'm not telling them, you should stop being in this conflictual relationship. You should instead explain what is happening, why you can't split, why you're, by not being able to split, damaging your child or children. That's what I do. The first thing that I will do in that sort of situation is move the child away from that discussion. Meaning, I try to, if you want, position the child in a situation that or in a position that is out of that conflictual relationship. I'll give him a holiday if you want, mentally speaking. Now, if you understand and if you accept that two individuals are fighting, are in a conflict situation, and if you accept that and you do not say that it has to change, then you can start understanding what's happening. Separation is a brutal thing, and in many cases, you've probably all of you, I mean, you might be living with someone, you of course know that you're not loving your partner absolutely in the same way from January the 1st until December the 31st. Things can vary. Some days are better than others. There are moments of intensity. There are moments of boredom. So your love relationship is unstable. It may happen that at certain points in time, you feel that you're fed up or you're tired of your partner. And that idea will then disappear. It will pop up back. You will maybe start thinking about separation. And that idea again will come back up from time to time and will disappear again. And some people will admit that they're thinking about separation. Others will say, no, I'm not actually thinking what I'm thinking. But then at the end of the day, at some point in time, someone will turn towards their partner and say, I am leaving you. And that's when the rhythm of both individuals sort of become disjointed, because saying to someone, I am leaving you, is the beginning of a process for someone and the end of a process for someone else. A couple is basically nothing else but two people who are trying to live in synchronicity. And when you leave the person, you're basically slowing down the clock or desynchronizing the clock. And you've got someone who will be maybe pushing for separation, pushing the accelerator, and the other one will be pushing the brake pedal, saying, no, I don't want to separate. Of course, society produces all sorts of tools, moderators, mediators, social actors, judges, psychologists. All of these people will, at one point in time or another, become involved. And at the center of that network, there is the child. The child is the most active individual in that network. The child will do everything. He will be the judge, he will be the messenger, he will be, when I say the messenger, understand those situations where someone says, well, you'll tell mom this or that, or you'll tell dad this or this. The child is at the crossroads of everything that's happening within that separation process. The professionals will say that the child needs to be protected. Yes, okay, I understand that. But it's also important sometimes to not want at all costs to bring together people when they don't want to be together anymore. The best thing you can do when two people want to split is to bring them in the same room. They will shout at the first time, yes, they will probably shout again the second time you put them together, but little by little you will successfully, I think, try and at least make some sort of progress in what is a good separation and not a bad one. So I've got 2 minutes left just to say that when you have a conflict and your first reaction is to say, we need to avoid that conflict, you're making a mistake. Because when someone does something, before you try to deal with that something, you first have to understand why that something is there. Why is there a conflict? Rather than say, let's avoid that conflict, let's solve it, understand why there is a conflict. And people will fight, and will fight knowingly, or knowing that this will damage their child. And they still do it. And they are intelligent people. So if you do that, I think there's it's a good starting point. And then you can maybe hope that those two individuals will be able to gradually move away from the conflict themselves, and not because of any external intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean. I would like to welcome Bruno Humbeek, another author. He's a psychopedagogist. His hobby horse for the time being is school harassment. But earlier on, he told me that this was no longer so much the case. I would like to come back on something that is quite interesting, and that is Polo the Rabbit. It's a book for children that explains to children the separation of parents, and so it's very well explained in the book. So, Bruno, we don't know each other very well, but congratulations for this book. So, without further ado, you have the floor for 20 minutes. Good afternoon. It's true that harassment and parental alienation are close topics because the red thread is the feeling of powerlessness that the child feels when he's faced with a situation that he or she cannot fully control, but that he will have to endure. So this idea of the umbrella is quite good. It's quite strange that in countries where it rains often there are not more umbrella sellers than in countries where it rains seldomly. As if everything was to go right at all times. We will all cope, and we are often saying the parental couple will stay. If the married couple, even if the married couple no longer exists. But as father and mother, we demonstrated that love was not forever. It's quite difficult to explain that to a child. So nowadays, a separation is not the end of the world, is it? 2/3 of couples in urban areas do separate. They don't fulfill their parenthood fully. Try to explain that statistics to a child, to tell the child this is not the end of the world. When the father and the mother separate, this is the end of the world for the child, because that's the only world he or she has always known. So to say that, well, this is a frequent thing, that separation is commonplace and therefore it's not something serious, that the child should not make a fuss about it, it's quite difficult to understand for a child because its world vision is about to be changed, and this will create a trauma. Therefore, the common thread between between harassment and parental auto-alienation is the need to show resilience, to come out. When parents divorce, when they separate, this is a trauma. Anyway, you will take away the child you used to be in a family, and the disputes that the child has already witnessed before the separation will lead to the discovery of the so-called mal-separation, i.e. a series of continuous conflicts, the end of which the child cannot really fully master. So some people will tell the child that if they are unhappy, that's because partly of him or her, or others will say that the child has no say in this affair. So they will try not to involve the child in the separation, but like it or not, the child is affected by the separation. Therefore, involving the child means to give the child an active role, namely the role of testimony, of a witness. And a witness is not just an eyewitness, that would be a spectator. And the child is not just a spectator, an observer of what he sees. Here is the spectator, i.e. he plays a role in the story that is going on in front of his eyes. Therefore, the child has a particular role to play in bringing its own perspective, to use the child as a witness. Our natural behaviors, which family are not necessarily aware of. People who separate, when they say, well, the child realizes that, he realizes that it is a way to say that the child is a witness. And to use the child as a witness is to ask the child to say this to your father or say this to your mother. And this is an attitude that is quite commonplace. I very seldomly have met people who will use some conscious form of manipulation that will make that person deliberately toxic vis-à-vis the child. What I often meet is parental self-alienation, i.e. the cases where the child will stand by the side of the parent that suffers most. Indeed, separation have taken different forms, different shapes over time. In the 70s, when the idea that a successful divorce was possible, there were some books called How to Have a Successful Divorce. Before that, divorce was meant to be a failure, and therefore there was somebody guilty and there was a victim. You had to divorce for a determined reason. So in the eyes of the child, somebody had broken the rules, somebody had infringed upon the agreement or infringed upon the contract between the parents, and therefore the child would stand by the side of the not guilty parent. Divorce was seen as a social plague, as a clear failure, and one had the feeling that the child would lead in the place where there was no mistake, so the child would live with the unguilty parent. But in the 70s, this idea emerged that a successful divorce was possible and that therefore the parental couple might survive the divorce of the married couple, and that one could be better by getting separated than by remaining together. And this was a turning point in history. There is no more a guilty parent and a victim parent. You have two parents who together decide more or less actively that separation is the best way for them to cope with the rest of their life. But it's much more difficult for the child to decode that. In any social development, you need to check what can help you live better the circumstances and what can be some collateral damage. And one of the collateral damage is to ask the child to sort out the pros and cons in this separation process. The child will sense that mom or dad suffers because the partner, mom or dad, is fully happy. He or she has met somebody else and is in love. Just imagine what it is for a child to see one of his parents fully happy because he or she is in love. Might be doing strange things, but okay. This falling in love is a pathological time, as we know as therapists, and the child is not really convinced that he still fully exists in the eyes of both parents, and the other parent is devastated on the contrary. And that's the reason why the child will stand by the side of the suffering parent. And from there, victimization mechanisms will emerge. The alienation process will self-generate in the child. The child will try to find who is guilty. Dad is toxic because he leaves mum for another wife, for another woman. And they will no longer say dad, they will say the other, because dad refers to someone the child loved and knew in a different role. So they will call it the other. And the mum might be called the whore, or the other as well. So one will appear as a virtuous parent. She left me whilst I was perfect. I didn't cheat on her. I didn't do anything. You might also refer to this idea of metamorphosis. You know, my child, your father is no longer the same. He's changed completely. It's kind of a diabolic change. So this idea that the father has completely changed, that he has undergone some kind of a metamorphosis, is kind of an evil. And one of the parents will keep repeating that the other one is full of defaults, of misbehaviors. And so the child will be the witness of that story. And the story, the narrative that is given by the parents is repeated again and again with slight changes each time. And these people keep repeating the same story. When you have somebody who is grieving, has a love affair that's over, that person will repeat the same story, the same narrative again and again, but with some slight changes, time after time. And at the end of the day, the narrative becomes unmanageable. So when the child hears dad and mom repeating the same narrative all the time, repeating the same story, when dad refuses to call mum and calls her the whore, when mum refuses to call dad but calls him the other, this strengthens the guilt of someone, one of the two parents, and this will be nurtured by this self-alienation process. This is something that happens with the child and is done by the child, something that you need to keep an eye on when you provide support to a family. You should not prevent unhappy parents to tell their story, but to make them realize the impact that this has on the development of the child. So to allow children or teenagers during the separation to be totally absent from the family relationships, this is the time when I prescribe video games or safe spaces. The child should not at all involve in this confusing emotional area, so the child has not to endorse this role of observer, of a witness. He should be able to withdraw from this pattern. When you set rules, for instance, you will immediately notice that those rules are not respected. I was very happy to work with the people who do mediation. Jean, who does a lot of monitoring, will not contradict me if I say that it's much easier to be outside the water bowl than to be a fish in the bowl. And very often you will see mediators say to the mum or to the dad, please ma'am, please sir, don't do that. You can have this negative narrative about your husband or about your wife. And okay, that's the umbrella. Everybody agrees that we all need an umbrella when the weather forecast is rainy. So I think that mediators should pay attention not to interfere with what the mother or the father says, but it's quite difficult to do so, because what is called the love sorrow or love grief means that one of the parents has to reinvent his or her world. When people are together in a couple, it doesn't mean that they love each other. It means that they love the couple they make. And sometimes people cannot tolerate that one of the two partners lives the couple because it is an act of freedom, and any act of freedom has a cost. Just to give you another example, a current topic, you may take the vaccine or not. it's your choice. You're free to have it or not. But you need to realize that a lot of weight is put inside a family when dad decides to get a vaccine and mom doesn't. It's about the same in the relationship within the couple. Indeed, the child needs to realize that the couple relationships are fluid, that they are no longer solid, that those relationships might end overnight. And this is something that the child perceives very early. That is the so-called uncertain family. You don't know what the future keeps in store for the family. You don't know what will happen. And children are born in this world surrounded by fluid relationships. In theory, you could tell the child there is one solid relationship. The only solid relationship is that I will always remain your father, I will always remain your mother. But this is theory. It's not so easy and not so simple. I really encourage you to read one of the latest publications. You will see that 8 of 10 of the books that are published nowadays are dealing with the father relationship. And this explains how difficult it is for a child to build his or her identity within the parent's identity. This calls for a very difficult and intense work that needs to be performed in cooperation with the judge, the therapist, and other stakeholders. When I'm talking about parental alienation as a judiciary category, that would be a mistake, because it is also a psychological event or psychological phenomenon, and therefore you need to realize that this is a multifaceted issue. And so you really need to clarify what is at stake and allow the child to get away from the relationship, because it is toxic. Not because the relationship is toxic or the people are toxic, but because the relationship is toxic and can be toxic for the child. Let me finish here, because I want to leave some time for questions. These are new concepts, and I see that between professionals, people do not always agree with those concepts. But this idea of self-alienation is quite important, i.e. it is a construction by the children in a determined social context, which is part of freedom. What is the relationship between freedom and alienation? The more free the country you live in is, the more you are subject to the alienation of those who are around you. So the child can have an alienated link with the parents, because he is sentencing himself to this alienation and to this link, whereas we should help him to distinguish between those who suffers and those who don't, and that his role is to support the one who doesn't suffer, because the one who doesn't suffer seems to be less in need for the children's love. So this is a complex mechanism that requires us to further analyze it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Vanya from Croatia. I'm not going to try to speak out her last name, because anyway it will be not like it should be, so I leave that over to her. So Vanya is working at the Child Protection Center in Zagreb. She's a child neurologist, and she's going to talk about parental alienation and the toxic behavior.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm so happy and honored to be with you today. I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me. And I'm here to talk about scientific approach dealing with child adversity empowers us to recognize it, but also to prevent long-term consequences, not only health, but also psychological, social, and even economic consequences. The peculiar thing is that we know such a lot of things about reshaping child brain under threatened environment, but we don't use our knowledge in everyday practice. Here we are not talking about everyday stress about losing a mobile phone or a ball, physiological stress or tolerable stress. Here we are talking about continuous activation of body stress response to chronic traumatic experiences with no stable buffer with parents that we call toxic stress. These children are frozen in fight or flight position. According World Health Organization, every fifth child experiences some kind of adversity. Toxic stress is so severe and powerful and pervasive that literally gets under the skin and change the biology of the whole body. Even the way how DNA read and transcribed. Every time when child exposed to a situation that's scary or terrified, activate body stress response for toxic stress. Here we can see that Yehuda and colleagues measured levels of cortisol in newborns whose mothers experienced 9/11. And what they found significantly increased levels of stress hormones such as cortisol, adrenaline in these newborns compared to control group. Toxic stress, we know today. Toxic stress physiology can transfer vertically from parent to child, from generation to generation. Here we are talking about a very complicated, as you see, but well-researched condition that American Academy of Pediatrics called toxic stress in 2012. Just for refreshing brief introduction, almost 25 years ago, CDC and Kaiser Permanente discovered that exposure to toxic stress in childhood leads to long-term health consequences. To be much precisely, for those, every participant got in this study 1 point for each yes. Here we are starting to talk about adverse childhood experiences score. What we have learned from this study, for those with AC4 or more, increased risk for heart disease, diabetes, lung disease, cancer. The second thing is about consequences. For those with AC4 or more, the chance for sexual transmitted disease rise for 25 times. For depression, 46 times. And for suicide, 122 times. The risk for ischemic heart disease for those with AC7 or more is higher 3.6 times, but not in correlation with well-known risk factors such as diabetes, high lipids, metabolic syndrome, smoking, etc. For those with AAC6 or more, the chance for lung cancer is higher 3 times. Toxic stress dramatically increased the chance for engage in high-risk behaviors such as alcoholism, smoking, early sexual activity, substance abuse, etc. And a constellation of their disabilities should make worried us. That's why I wonder if is it only health problem or it also social and economic problem. This well-known picture tells us that the brain on the right lacks some of the fundamental areas the image on the left have. Those deficits make it impossible for that child to develop capacities for that for everyday activities. The child on the right will grow into an adult who is maybe less intelligent, less able to empathize with the others, likely to become addicted, and involved in crime or violent activities. The child on the right is much more likely to be unemployed, to be dependent of social welfare, and to develop mental or other serious health problems. Childhood full of fear results in EEG change predominantly in frontotemporal region called emotional brain. The effects and consequences of adversity depends of the nature of the adversity. Here, teacher and colleagues show that cases violent in dysfunctional families lead to lower development of the great matter in the visual cortex. How this relates to learning difficulties is still unclear, unknown. I'm going to show you some of my experiences later, but more clinical work needs to be done. In cases of emotional abuse, we see lower development of brain matter in auditory region. Wernicke, Broza, etc. According to my experience, that might be explains the higher incidence of speech and language problems in this group of children. I'm coming from Child and Youth Protection Center of Zagreb. The work in our clinic is based on the best practice of multidisciplinary work, as you see. Every year, I have about 1,500 of new patients with experience of some kind of adversity. This perspective, but not yet published study, performed from 2015 to 2020, and includes children who experience toxic stress according to these criteria. Honestly, we know that no divorces arises from a paradise, nor from Renaissance. Because of the mirror neurons, they hear emotions and words between their parents, even when there are no words between them. The mean age of our children was 6.9 years. This is a drawing of our patient in high conflict divorce after parent violence. This picture is bursting with shockingly brutal details of physical and emotional assault. And can you imagine the depth and strength of his emotion? This slide shows the context from which our participants come to our clinic. about 30% of them come to our clinic from social welfare, but only slightly percent from pediatrician, my colleagues. The reason for initial referral in most cases, according to our experience, are not the same as a final diagnosis. What does it mean? In case of high conflict between parents, this is almost the rule, that the reason of examination is not same as the final diagnosis. And we have a problem. We have increasing number of cases of parent manipulation. It's interesting that the most children are living with only one parent. And what I was looking for these types of minor neurological dysfunctions in our participants. I found that these 4 factors significantly increase incidence of minor neurological dysfunctions. As you see, almost 40% in high conflict divorce. It is important to recognize them because these children probably would have some problems in school, in social interaction, and some kind of behavioral problems. Let's talk about ADHD, ADD. Generally speaking, I think that ADHD is overdiagnosed. According to DSM, we know that we can establish diagnosis of ADD, ADHD only when we exclude all other factors such as parental alienation, divorcing, etc., adversity. That's why I see symptoms of hyperactivity, short focusing or some things, but I couldn't establish a diagnosis because these are no symptoms when you know about domestic violence every single day during 1 year, 2 years, and more. According to our findings, electrophysiological changes are significant in cases of adversity. I'm not talking about epileptic activity. I'm talking about some kind of dysrhythmic change. And to give you a better understanding, on your left side, you can see the results for children with AC 0. Only 1.3% of dysrhythmic change. But on the right, you can see that for those with AC4 or more, the proportion of pathological EEG increased to 23%. In my opinion, the incidence of weight problems, obesity in our patients, over 30%, isn't simply related to lifestyle or diet, but rather, I think, these are often cases of emotional overeating. After traumatic experiences, day after day after day, they often respond by buying huge amount of comfort food, like at the bakery on the way to the school. Here we can see leading disorders in cases of high conflict divorce. 65% and more have one or more neurodevelopmental disorder. We are dealing with a huge social inertia when we try to set up institutional ways to dealing with adversity, with epidemic of adversity. Basically, child adversity concerns us all. We need to work together. In the past, interventions was from outside to inside, but we need to shift it. This is not one-day surgery. This is a long-term process, and abuse results in problems on a generational time scale. Thinking about toxic stress, we can change incidence for 7 out of 10 leading causes of death. The best thing that is not a destiny, we can change the process in developing brain. So that's why I wonder if all these arguments are strong enough for implementation screening programs for child adversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanya, for your explication. The next speaker is unfortunately not here. He has sent a video. It's Peter Bayerlein from Germany, and I think it will be very interesting to listen and see what he has to say, because this is not something very common. So the title of his presentation is on the informational psychology of the developing child.
International. I will talk on the informational physiology of the developing child. If you are interested in the content of this talk and would like to read a little bit more on this, then my recommendation is the International Handbook of Shared Parenting and Best Interest of the Child. You will find an article there with extended content. In 20 minutes, I'm trying to summarize the basic work in this area of my group. Bioinformatics is now a little bit more than 20 years old. We have sequenced thousands of human genomes, know DNA and RNA sequences from each and every organism. We learned a lot about the molecular reality of reproduction, inheritance, and individual development, and can even reconstruct the mechanisms explaining what happens in cell differentiation, organ differentiation, and up to the development into a physiological individuum. The difficulty for me is to translate our knowledge into a language that you understand, because you are coming basically from the area of social sciences, and so for a natural scientist, it's typical to work with formulas, special vocabularies, and numbers. I will try to limit myself here just to numbers. So the human genome is 6 billion letters, with the letters A, T, G, C in use long. 3 billion such letters are coming from the father, 3 billion from the mother, and we call the parents who are giving basically the genetic information to the child, we call as being the biological parents or the genetic parents. The result of the procreation then, so the 6 billion letters fit into a 1.5 gigabyte memory stick, but that's not it. So we know that each cell of our body carries an identical copy of this 1.5 gigabyte. We know that identical twins have exactly the same DNA code, but develop into different individuals, and there have to be other information sources and other mechanisms to explain the individual development than just the DNA or the genetic code.
So here we have an example for non-identical twins born in July 2016, a boy and a girl. And let's see how they develop within 5 years. But before we look at this, we have to go through some dry matter. The key invention of nature to allow differentiation is basically the DNA methylation. So each DNA letter has a docking area for a so-called methylation molecule, and if this methylation molecule is docked onto this letter is blocked away from readout by the cell, which means that if an area is methylated on the DNA, that this area cannot be used, the genetic code of this area cannot be used, so the respective gene cannot be used and the corresponding protein cannot be produced. So there are more mechanisms like this one. All these mechanisms which are controlling the use of the DNA are called epigenetic programming or transcriptome reprogramming. A child starts its life as a single cell. No methylation patterns are there. That's basically a stem cell. And the methylation patterns that are blocking complete genes or sets of genes, we are calling them toggle patterns, and they define the cell type. So one example is if you use kidney cells and lung cells in this example, these cells will have an identical DNA letter sequence, but different toggle patterns, thus arriving at a kidney functionality or at a lung functionality. So you just take a genome, you put a toggle pattern on it, you have a special cell which is following a special function. These toggle patterns are not static, they are learned by the cell during its lifetime. The cell is interacting with the environment using its DNA code and the proteins that it can produce based on this DNA code. And during this interaction, the cell learns if a certain toggle pattern is efficient or not. And it tries to optimize its toggle pattern for optimal performance in the environment in which it is located. So environment is in our language, in the language of bioinformatics, anything surrounding the individual cell that may also be the neighboring cells of the cell. And that's one of the key questions, how much information in the individual development phase. And we calculate this by taking the average number of cells that a mature human being would have. That's 3 times 10 to the power of 13. And we multiply this with the number of letters on the DNA, which is identical to the number of toggles that are sitting on the letters, and we arrived then in total throughout the complete body at 18 times 10 to the power 22 bit of information or toggles. So that's an immense number, and to understand this big number better, we employ knowledge on the information capacity of the human brain. It is estimated I mean, that changes every year, but at the moment, this capacity is estimated to be at about 2.5 petabyte. So that's 2.5 times 10 to the power of 15 bytes per brain. And if we take this capacity and compare it with the total amount of information that the toggles on the DNA would deliver, then we arrive at 9 billion brains. So if we talk about what could be stored during the individual development as toggle pattern on the DNA, so this size of this storage would be 9 millions a human brain. Now that's of course larger than any computer system in the world, and also that doesn't mean that all the space is used. It's a capacity, but nature has reasons to establish certain things, and so it would be no surprise if this capacity is also used. So if we summarize this, we can say that the inherited genetic code, which has a memory stick size, and which we get from our parents, plus the individual toggle pattern learned during the whole life, starting from the procreation. So these two information sources are basically establishing a kind of physiological memory of the individual development. There might be more, but this should be at least part of it. And it's a kind of physiological memory of the current individual in terms of how one looks, how one acts, and it is important to know that it's really, really huge. It's 9 million times larger than the human brain. So we have a small human brain which is fast, which is working with electric impulses. It's a kind of center containing the important connections, and we have this 9 million times larger information source which is residing throughout the whole body and is working with the slow biochemical system, with hormones and so on, but still giving information. Now, to break a little bit the dry talk, here you see the twins 5 years later in their individual development. They are coming from the same parents, but they have, although they were going through the same environment, so they were all the time together. There was no day where they weren't together at the same place, because they do not agree in being separated. So two completely different characters are developing, and that's exactly the point, that the combination of the DNA plus the environment is in a certain sense forming the individual, but there's still quite some room for variation. So the efficient adaptation by self-programming to the environment, this is basically what is happening in the individual development, starting from the embryonic phase continuing after birth and childhood until death. The bad news about this whole process is that this epigenetic learning is primarily a unidirectional process. It's an imprinting process, so it's not easy or impossible to read the imprinted information. And this has, of course, implications in areas which are related to child protection or which are related to medical applications and methods. So to get also here the imagination how complicated this imprinting process is, try to imagine that you have to write an essay which has a size of 9 million human brains. To give you another nice example, what we are talking about here is if you would put this information just as letters into books and would take a normal A4, size, 30 lines, 80 letters per line, then you would need a bookshelf which is longer than the distance between Earth and the outer planet Pluto. So that's a really long bookshelf which is written into one human being as total information. And the problem is that the task would be not only to write such a big essay, but to not to allow to erase any word or letter once you wrote it down, no matter if it is right or wrong. So, and that's exactly what individual development is about at the molecular informational level. Our body is writing the interaction result into a file of size 9 million brains. There's no option for correcting this original text. So the only action that we can perform here is to add more information. So by future behavior, by future interactions, by future change in the environment, you can add additional information into the cells, but you cannot delete anything that is already there. And that's exactly the reason why disruptive environmental changes will leave deep marks in the individual's memory of the development, because this is done by chemical methylation reactions in millions of cells on DNA molecules, and perhaps at the very wrong place. So we are talking about a really, really complex mechanism, and that's the point, that we should do anything to not to mess around with individual development. Trauma. From the informational standpoint, a trauma is an adverse reprogramming of cells after being exposed to adverse conditions and environment. So, as the cells are reprogramming themselves, they are setting adverse methylation toggle patterns and learning them, imprinting them. Yeah? And reversing a trauma is therefore very, very difficult because it would require to change information in this huge storage. And finding the right location and manipulating the DNA molecules of millions or billions of cells is today technically and thus therapeutically impossible. So, as we are talking here about things like parental alienation, let's also talk about the role of parents in this physiological model of the individual. So that's very simple to explain here. So we know the child's DNA is a combination of mother's DNA and father's DNA. And we are talking about the biological mother and the biological father, so the procreators of the child. And both parents are living with exactly this DNA already decades, and they have experience in interacting with the environment with this DNA which they gave to the child. So the best instructors for the child with its DNA to handle the environment are, of course, then the biological parents, because they got used to this DNA already, and they learned it from their parents, and then they learned it again from their parents, and so on and so forth. So from the informational point of view, from the optimization of information flow point of view, it's important that children are growing up, if possible, with their biological parents, and of course with both of them, because the part of the DNA of the mother requires the mother, and the part of the DNA of the father requires the father. So if you take out one of the instructors, if you take out the mother or the father out of the family of the child, you are causing significant harm to the child because the instruction is missing. Especially a matched instruction is missing. If you are putting other parents into the family of the child, if you are substituting the father or the mother, if this is happening, then the child is getting an instructor who is optimizing its life according to its own experience, its own DNA, but not according to the DNA of the child. So this is one point which is very important. So in terms of, so in questions of custody and so on, the conclusion is very clear and simple. Disruptive break of the relation to one of the biological parents or even to both will cause an adverse programming effect, which is obviously and will obviously be of traumatic impact on the child. Now let's go back to our healthy childs which have a nice childhood with both biological parents acting as their instructors. A lot of things are happening which are not expected. For example, I call it the imprinted pairing. Both kids, although they are fighting all the time, they are not willing to spend one day without each other. So that will be an interesting process how this will continue. They have their own individuality, but they need each other. So many thanks to the audience for listening to this very dry topic, but I believe it's the basis for thinking about this whole parenting area in a more quantitative way, and also in a more say medical way, because changes in the parenting of children is impacting the ocular development of children, and thus is impacting the body of the children. So it's not just something which is happening in a mental way, it's happening in all cells of the child, what is happening then. So many thanks and goodbye.
Okay, so now if you have some question, I suppose you have understand everything like me. You have a coffee pause to think about all the question you want to ask, and all the online people too. So don't hesitate to send your question, and because today you had no opportunity yet. Okay, a pause. Dans les conférences, c'est toujours durant les pauses.
We know that breaks are the most useful times or moments in any conference.
Of our presenters, if you have any question of this morning or this afternoon, you have the choice. Jorge, there is a seat there. And okay, we are going to begin to ask if somebody in the room, conference room, has a question. Si dans la salle, il y a quelqu'un qui a une question pour un de nos présentateurs, on commence par vous. Oui, Christian, Olivier. 1 minute, you with the microphone.
A question to you, but it's already there. So what is the difference between alienation and self-alienation? And my concern is that some people will claim it so that self-alienation has disappeared. Okay, I think the essential question is exactly that. What in self-alienation is basically the core. Very often we've confused alienation and self-alienation. Alienation is a link that becomes toxic. And as you know, we talk more and more about toxic personalities. If you are in love with someone, and that person falls in love with someone else, you will see everything that that person does as toxic, because your mental representation will be that of, that person is toxic to me because he or she is in love with someone else, not with me anymore. So you need to work on the link. You can't prevent that person from falling in love. You can't transform that person, but you can change the perception of the link between yourself and that person, which is why I prefer to talk about toxic links or toxic relationships and not toxic individuals. If you can free yourself from that individual, the link disappears and toxicity disappears. And I think it's important to, when you talk about children, if you see as a child that your parent, your dad, suffers a lot, and you see that the other individual does not really need you as a child, then in that situation, you can opt to support one of the two parents. So alienation is then in place, and that parent has the support, has the child supporting him. And that adult will then use the support and the child provided, the child and the support provided by the child to feed his or her own feelings. And in this case, the feeling will be one based on this conviction that something is wrong and that I am wronged in this situation. And then people will be using that to produce a phenomenon of parental alienation. So my conclusion is that we should not distinguish alienation from self-alienation, because alienation is a tool that can be used from this feeling of self-alienation. I have a question to you about the timeline. We keep saying that we need the link to stay in place. But for how long? Is an hour from time to time enough to maintain the link between a child and a parent? In Belgium, we had this thing that was called the Walt Disney or the Disneyland fathers, because they would have custody of the child 1 weekend out of 2, and every weekend out of 2 they would go to Disneyland or a similar, fun fair or fun. So how often should the child be in contact with the parents? Okay, Jean will answer that, but I never said you need to maintain the link at any cost. What I do say is that you need to maintain a quality link. If the quality of the link goes, then it becomes alienating. So I think what we need to make the child understand is that the link will sustain itself and will last, even though it may face difficult times. That link will still be there and will stay in place. I think deciding basically that it's going to be this amount of time per week or per month doesn't make sense. I think it's something that can vary. The time you need to establish a link can be different from one person to an individual. But what's important is not how long you spend with your parents as a child, but how much quality time you have with them. I don't know what I can add to this, but I think when you look at custody situations, there is this big important time, which is the shift from one parent to the next, the transfer. That's a key moment. So there's no answer to your question either, because an hour for you is not an hour for a child, and is not an hour for a 2-year-old. And so you may spend 5 days with your mum, and then only 2 days with your dad. Those 5 days will not be the same as the 2 days, but they may. So the quantity does not matter, but quality, on the other hand, does. And I think that very often what happens is that in certain situations you're excluded from talking to your dad, for example. You're with your mum and you are totally, I would say, sentenced to being with her, and then you're shifted to your dad, and that again is a sort of sentence because you've got no access to the other parent when you are with one. I don't know if you want to add anything. I have a question to someone who's not here, and it's a question about the fact that a child will side with the parent that he or she is closest to. I've heard that said. I don't think it's always the case. And I think we need to ask ourselves that question. Is the power of this attachment that a child has stronger than the potential power of the alienation? And I think when there is hatred, when there is a desire to destroy the link between a child and another parent, that can be much stronger than the attachment that a child can have with one parent, at least at short and medium term. I meet with a lot of parents, mums and dads, okay? when I talk about time, you know, some of them get custody a weekend out of 2 or a few hours here and there. They don't like it. And what you say there does not make sense to them. And they see that sort of perspective as totally unrealistic. So if you say to a dad, don't worry, you'll get to see your child from time to time, well, that dad will tell you it doesn't make sense. I want him or her more because my ex is fighting to have more time with the child. And I'm sorry, they're not wrong all the time. They need time. They need more time quantity-wise. No. What I'm saying is that time becomes a problem when, as a parent, you think that your child being with your ex is a danger to yourself. And so people will fight to reduce the time the child spends with the other in order to protect themselves. But stupid sentences like quality is better than quantity, I can understand a dad will find that totally stupid, and it is. But what's important is to talk to the parent who's not happy about the situation and then find out how to solve the problem. There will always be a feeling in any separation that time is stolen from you because the other person is living, he or she is doing things, you're missing episodes in that story, and you won't be there in all these rituals that the child is going to be involved in with the other adult. You know, communions, parties, birthday parties, successful exam results, etc. Everything that happens makes sense. And if you don't have that, you feel you're cheated out of something as a parent. So what you're talking about there, the other person is taking time away from me, it's because there is a desire by whoever says that they're taking time away from him or her. You know, he is taking the child away because he doesn't want me to spend time with him. Or he's taking away my child and is in contact with that child, and I think he's toxic. I'm sorry, there's no microphone there. Okay. I'm a social worker, okay? I don't hear parents that I work with say that. They say, I don't have enough time. I can't play my role because I have so little time with my child. If I have my child with me one weekend every other weekend, so 2 days every 15 days, basically, I don't have time to develop a quality relationship. I don't hear them say that they are jealous. They're just angry because justice does not give them the ability to fully play the role that they want to play. Well, of course, one of them is happy because he or she gets everything from the justice system. The other one feels he's been cheated out of time with his or her child. And I'm talking here about this classical situation where a dad gets custody one weekend out of 2. And sometimes for some judges, the weekend starts on Saturday noon and finishes on Sunday noon. So you get to see your kid 24 hours and one night every other week. And parents come and tell me, as a social worker, I cannot develop a quality relationship with a child if I see him or her 24 hours every 2 weeks. Yeah, but you can talk about that with both parents, right? I'm sorry, there's no microphone there.
On itself, so we're going to the next question. So we have a question that are there any strategies for young adults still alienating years after having been alienated as child or adolescent. So I want to ask Jorge about that. So it's ah oui.
Oui, alors c'est pour répondre et
Well, to answer and to wrap up the previous debate, the attachment is not just a matter of number of hours, number of days, time stolen from one on the other is a victory. No. We need to get out of this kind of debate. And one way out is the shared parenting. Now, there are different types of attachment. The secure attachment, which supposes that you have the capacity to detach. You should not only be able to manage the presence, but also to manage the absence when you don't know who is the other and who you are for the other. To make drawings for dad when he is with mum. That is very important because it's a way to represent the other. So in the secure attachment relationship, you have to manage absence, not presence. So anybody is able to manage this love for somebody who is away. So managing the absence is something that is quite difficult and that you need to learn. There are also insecure forms of attachment that are strengthened by the separation mechanisms. Let's not forget that the first lesson a parent gives to his child when he separates is that love doesn't last forever. That love is not something that that will resist every shock. So it creates an insecure environment for the child who fears not to be loved by the other. And it is important to take this on board in the support you provide to the child. Children need a secure form or secure attachment. And it is a continuous constriction rather than construction. There is not a one-size-fits-all type of secure attachment. There are different types of secure attachments that evolve over time. That's why I'm a psychopedagogist, because I think that education can always change the psyche. And even in times of insecure attachment, you learn to live in this insecure environment. So I would like to come back to what this gentleman said, who says that, okay, in theory, it's easy to say quality is more important than quantity, but in practical terms, it's difficult to create. And in terms of attachment, it's easy to say to the child, your parents will always love you, even if they are no longer living as a couple, they will love you forever. But this is something, this is a conviction that is not deeply rooted in the mind of the child. So we don't want to preserve the ties at all costs, but we need to preserve the representation of the ties that we have on an ongoing basis, because a child that is experiencing a traumatic moment is building mentally a whole narrative, and we need to accompany them in the in the creation of this narrative. How to represent the affection that ties us to others, because this will also lead to realize that a relationship is not something that lasts forever. So we should accompany the children to realize what kind of ties they have with the others, and the insecure or sometimes secure nature of this.
Okay. Well, I don't know exactly how to understand it. So, are there any strategies for young adults? So strategies for what? Meaning to re-establish the link, or for themselves? It's just. Oh, so I can imagine I have one young person wanted to reestablish the link with father or mother in my mediation, as a mediation. So I would look at, because I cannot say a general answer with that. So what happened, how it happened, the alienation process, what were the causes, and then I would find a strategy. Once I know which is the core problem, what do they want, why things were as they were, then I will try to improvise. But that's probably it's a question of for a real psychologist that might have experience with that. I can only give an answer as a mediator. I don't know if somebody in the public can help you with that. Okay, on laisse tomber.
Avec la prémisse que
Starting from the premises that there is a lot at stake here, I think that through research, but not only through research, but also through international models, I could demonstrate that there is a strong correlation between the probability to lose the parental tie in the case of imbalanced co-parenthood. It's not by chance if we have 25 to 30% of whereas in Sweden we have only 12% of correlation between the two. So in case of shared parenthood 50-50, then you will have less chances of trauma. In Italy, we have a 30% rate, and I found a correlation between this 30%, and it depends whether there is some objection by the other parent. But it shows clearly that in those countries where there is a real shared parenthood, there will be less risks. The zero risk doesn't exist because there is always a 10%, but there is a real correlation between the parenthood time and the likelihood to lose the parental ties. The gentleman is speaking without a mic, so the interpreter cannot translate. He's sorry for that. When you take the floor in public, you say generic things. I'm a grocer, you know, and I'm not trying to answer your question not as a scientist but as a grocer. And when a grocer is asked something by a client, he tries to find a solution. And so in my case, I have a woman or a man who comes to see me and tells me I don't have enough time and I'm trying to sort out that problem. I will try to meet that request, whatever is at stake, whatever the context, because there is no theoretical response. Maybe that in some case a 50% custody will be the perfect solution, but in other cases that will not work out. Each time you have to look at the context. There are some parents that are triumphant because they have a larger custody time than the other parent. But I, as a grocer, I'm working in the retail, and from time to time, a woman tells me I don't have enough time, and the other parent who has more custody time is not necessarily triumphant. In some cases, there are some family parties. Sometimes there are some discrete rituals. In some cases, it might be a matter of revenge. There are all kinds of situations in which time is a relational issue, and I, as a psychologist, is what I'm working on. Am I in favor for 50-50 custody? No, I can't answer, in fact, that question, because I can't have a straight answer. I know that in some cases, a 50-50% custody time can be harmful. So if you ask me what is the best split of time, I couldn't answer that. The real question is, what is the best solution in this specific case? And so there, it is better to have another split than 50-50 because it is a better solution. But typically, of course, a 50-50 with some time for returning the child is the usual pattern. I would like to combine your rhetoric as a grocer with that of a researcher, because I'm a researcher, but I'm also a small grocer. So a magic word is correlation. Correlation is not causality. In the research, we never said that there was a direct causality link between one thing and another. There is a trend, so that is a correlation. There is a trend to find similar patterns. You might see that there is more risk of losing the ties in some contexts. And that is the grocer's work. Looking at shared custody or shared parentality as the one-size-fits-all answer, because it means 50% of the time for each parent, is following the steps of parents who think that love is a matter of figures, who are doing some accounting of love. And that is a toxic view. And that's what we say. Well, that's why we speak of correlation and not causality in our scientific narrative. So there is a correlation by nature to demonstrate that something is too complex to boil it down to one single cause. So, as my colleague said, we are grocers trying to find out specific solutions to make sure that the child suffers as less as possible. I think that all the people who are working on this issue will agree that the aim of the game is the best interest of the child, and this means that you need to work as a grocer on the quality of the relationship and not just look at the figures and make sure that there's a 50-50 split. Otherwise, and this is popular wisdom, you might say that in love you don't make calculations, you don't count. So as if one would win time over the other. From my perspective, quality accommodation is a strong message to the parent. Of course, children are not a salami that you can cut into slices, but the message, especially in Germany, is that both parents are on equal footing, have an equal value. So they have the same rights, the same entitlements, the same duties. So they are on equal footing. And that is the strongest and most important message. Because from there, parents can start and engage into a conversation, a discussion. And it avoids this tug of war, this power relationship that is pretty toxic. So what matters is not this salami approach, but it is really the basis that as a father I'm not more important than a mother, and that as a mother I'm not more important than a father. I'm desperately trying to explain to Germans that the shared custody is enshrined in the law because it will prompt parents to restart the interpersonal discussions and not to think about their own plans only. A few words about attachment. A distinction should be made between the work performed by some psychologists with some parents and the work that is carried out under a judiciary proceedings where one parent doesn't want to work with you because that's not of his or her interest. And I know that social workers are quite keen to look at the attachment. A child that doesn't want to go and see his father or his mother, who says, no, I don't want to go, is something that is a sign that there is a strong attachment between the child and the parent he wants to stay with. That's what the workers tell me, the social workers tell me. No, it's exactly the contrary. A child can a child from the age of 3 wants to discover the world, wants to know the father, the grandparents, the rest of the world, the dogs and the cats outside. So the proof of a real attachment is when you let your child go. That is the rule. Sorry for interrupting you. I think that this is very important. We've listened to scientific data, and now we are listening to legal principles. Legal principles are a way to organize a society, but it is very important to maintain the principle that we are all on equal footing. We are all of equal value. We don't have to slice or to cut the child into slices. And both parents have the same value. That is absolutely crucial. And from there, we need to take on board the legal rationale and the work of the grocers, who will see how those legal principles are actually put into practice. Because the legal principle tells you that's how it should be, but that's not enough. The shared parenting is the basic legal principle from which you can start a discussion, taking into account each and everyone's representation and avoiding that the child's custody becomes the expression of the power of one parent on the other. And this legal principle has for long resisted to change. To change a legal principle is quite tough. So a legal principle is there to stand, but it is also a way to institutionalize the change. And therefore, we should not, as social workers, challenge those legal principles, which are the sign of a major social development, because they provide us with a framework. We can discuss within the framework, and you know, if you go to a museum, you will not spend your time looking at the frameworks. You will look at the paintings, what is inside the framework. And the paintings is what is done by grocers like Jean and myself, i.e. work that is done in a specific way according to specific circumstances and a specific context. If you want to go to museum to only watch and look at frameworks, you will be a very dull moment, I can assure you. So the framework is there to make the work possible, but we should not challenge the framework, otherwise it's impossible to work.
Bjorn Silva, Stockholm here. 19 years ago, Martin Teicher published a paper in Scientific American named Scars That Won't Heal. It was about the brain damage due to emotional abuse. And there have been subsequent papers by Charles Nemrod and others about emotional neglect and things like that. And we heard here about the amygdala, the frontal cortex, the hippocampus, and so on. And
these structures are involved in the decision making and things like that. And we know, for instance, that alienating parents are very impulsive and their children become very impulsive and so on. So my question is, has there been any research, brain imaging done on people who have been alienated as children? Because these structures are also involved in development of things like empathy, aggression, and so on. Thank you.
So I think it's a question for Vanya.
Thank you. The main problem is that alienated child is not a diagnosis. That's why we don't have, as I know, studies only about alienated child. We have studies about emotional abuse child, adversity, but not specifically with alienated, in correlation specifically with alienated. But I also think we have enough informations, but because that's not big difference. There are not big differences between, generally speaking, between kind of adversity. We know that toxic environment change child brain by neuroplastic traces and etc. That's why I'm not sure what more be done about imaging in cases of alienated child. We know enough things about depression, prefrontal cortex under threatened circumstances, about hypothalamus, about amygdala, about emotional brain. We have, for this time, enough informations. So my answer would be these informations empowers us knowledge about tragedy for child brain in cases of alienation.
Thank you. I think we are going to.
Let me simply try and answer the question that you've just raised, i.e. that of the alienated child. What is an alienated child, and what is the representativeness of the samples and the testimonies we have from alienated children? Well, we don't know anything about that, because we don't know who are alienated children. As Madam just said, this is not a disease which is tracked down by social security services. So in my organization, we have some staff which are dealing with severe forms of breakouts in the families. We have some adults who will turn to us because they were alienated when they were young, but they are not representative of the alienated population, because those who feel good will never come to us. Those who overcame this alienation will not come to us. So from time to time, during a forum or during an event, you have a 50-year-old guy and you ask that person, are you separating? No, he says, I'm divorcing. And what? That's okay. Did you miss your father? No, not at all. He got married again. He has a second family. I thought he was happy. He didn't need me. When I was 20, I didn't want to create pain for my mother. So I forgot my father. And now, well, now he's dead. And are you unhappy? No. So you sometimes have parents who suffer from the absence of the child, and some parents think that their child will suffer from their own absence. So people find some alternative strategies, they find some compensating mechanisms, and they will, for instance, turn to scientific creation, they can turn to other activities. But if there is a hole in the pullover, you will not throw away the pullover. You will turn it upside down and you will continue to wear the pullover till the rest of your life. So it's quite difficult to answer to your questions, i.e., are there real and visible hints? Quite frankly, I don't know. Okay, I know that you have plenty of questions, but we still have a second day tomorrow, so keep your questions. We are a bit late now, and our interpreters, who worked a lot, deserve some rest. So